Good evening, everyone. If you could take your seats, please. Good evening. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Mahan. Here. Councilmember Hardy.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Councilmember Davis. Here. Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Shahal.
Here.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
And may I read the AB 23 announcement?
Yes, please.
Okay. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that the use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. And I can tell we have a lot of public safety here because nobody's sitting in the front, everybody's in the back, watching, screening the whole room. So welcome, everyone. So do we have any actions taken in closed session, City Attorney?
No, council took no reportable action in closed session.
Thank you. Any continuances or exceptions from the council or the staff?
I just want to note that for item 2H, we'd like to remove that from the consent calendar item or have an opportunity to just put a correction in. There was a typographical error that we'd like to call out.
Which one was that?
2H.
H.
I don't know if you want to do that now just to acknowledge the correction or,
So this is the development agreement.
yeah, it's just a typo that we'd like to put in the record that will be corrected.
Okay, in case there's anyone in the audience that's here for that. Do you want, and when do you want that continued until?
No,
the
we don't,
next-
we want to put in the record a typographical error that we will correct and acknowledge.
So, all right.
We do that now?
Let's do that right
Okay.
now.
Thank you. So the request on item 2H, this is a development agreement and other general plan amendment zoning, other actions related to 1205 Coleman Gateway project, Gateway Crossings project. And the correction is that permit condition C23 in the first attachment, ordinance number 2003, is missing the words "and additional," so it should read, total parking required for the project as shown on the development plans shall incorporate 6% of the parking spaces with EV charging facilities. An additional 9% of the total parking spaces must be pre-wired for future electrical charging facilities.
Okay, so is there a motion to accept that change in that? To add it into the document? Motion, is there a second? Second. Is there any discussion from the council or the public on that addition? So we'll add that in, but still keep it on the consent calendar. Okay, please register your vote. Thank you, and that passes unanimously. Any other continuances or exceptions? Any member of the public have a continuance or exception they'd like to present to the council? All right, seeing none, we are going to then, before we go into our first special order of business, I'm going to turn it over to the city manager because we have a very, very short community video we'd like to show, and we think it's important that people see it because we're excited about it. So City Manager?
Sure, I just wanted to share with you, as we look at ways to be transparent and share more information around city services and all of the great things that we have going on, we started this week with issuing our first City Hall newsletter. I was able to send that out to all of city staff today, as well as it's featured at our Community Recreation Center, Senior Center, all branch libraries, as well as City Hall. Just for those that don't use social media or subscribe to the blog, they'll have a paper copy to know about what's happening in key events going forward. And so you'll see that. I sent it out to all employees. You should look for it every 2 weeks. The other is we are also looking, I'm asking staff to pull up the community video. We're asking for opportunities with our staff to share all of the good things taking place and to do a little bit of storytelling around the meaning of our services to residents. I want to share with you, can we back that up? I want to share with you the Community Gardens 1-year anniversary video.
Can we start over? Thanks. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. All right. We're not.
No, stop.
I originally joined the community garden because I thought it'd be a fun thing to do with my kid. And it was. And then all of a sudden, me and about a dozen other people got laid off. Interestingly, the community garden took on a whole another aspect of my life. It gave me the chance to meet some of my neighbors I wouldn't have otherwise met. It gave me a chance to get out of the house, out into the sunshine, do something physical and fun. I just feel lucky that my daughter and I got a plot, and I'm glad that the city sponsors something like this.
Picking the plants that we grow. My favorite part is eating the crunchy carrots.
I love the garden. I'm obsessed with the garden.
Love the garden!
So you'll be seeing video posted on social media. We'll be pushing it out. We're looking for ideas. This is our first video, and bear with us as we try to perfect it and add new dimension to how we approach storytelling for city services. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's a wonderful video, and thanks to our communications team also for putting this together. We're really proud of that park, so thank you for highlighting it for our community. Did you want to say something about the community letter or not? You don't have it? Okay. Okay. It has some really nice pictures on it and everything, so it's very, very attractive. Thank you very much, City Manager. So now we're going to go into our first special order of business, which is the recognition of Police Reserve Dan Magnane. And so I see Dan in the audience there. I'm wondering, Dan, if you could come forward. So when we talk about you, if you don't mind coming forward, people can actually see who we're talking about. I'm sure that many in our community are going to, how about right at the podium there? Because the other, okay. Do we have him on camera? See, look at, he's already doing, can we see him? Can the people at home see him? Okay, very good. Okay, so as a special order of business this evening, the City Council will recognize Police Reserve Officer Dan Magnane for 42 years of service with the City of Santa Clara. 42 years. The Santa Clara Police Department Reserve Unit was formed in 1952. You weren't there then, though, right? No, okay. Almost. Originally, it was made up of residents who chose to volunteer in support of their police department in a difficult time during the Korean War. Dan Magnane was hired as a Level 2 Police Reserve Officer in September 1977 and acquired his Level 1 status in 1980. Reserve Officer Magnane has served the police department as a reserve lieutenant since 1985. Thank you, Reserve Officer Dan. Officer Dan, that's how all of us know you, for 42 years of service, commitment, and dedication to the Santa Clara Police Department and the city of Santa Clara. And I just want to personally thank you for seeing you all through these years at the Arts and Wine Festival, dressed up as you know who at Christmas time, and all kinds of things that you have done over the years. And you've just really put yourself out there for our community, and we really appreciate it. So I can see that Chief Sellers is ready to come forward to the podium to talk a little bit about you as well. Welcome, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, and City staff, and all of our citizens. I really want to thank you for allowing me to say a few words about Dan Magnane. He's had such a positive impact in our community for 42 years. And it's funny how you recognize him. I know him as Dan the Man Magnane because he was truly that type of person. As you mentioned, for the past 67 years, the Santa Clara Police Department has had a very successful reserve program. The makeup of the department over the years with the reserves, they've been attorneys, city workers, engineers, landscapers, even firefighters that were a little confused, wanted to be a police officer, but had their primary duties were firefighters. Anyways, they were just a good group of men and women that just wanted to serve our community, and that's exactly what Dan has done for 42 years. Like was mentioned, he's been heavily involved in our community. You probably have seen him at a lot of park and school events. He would frequently patrol our parks and schools. You see him at Great America, the Art and Wine Festival, National Night Out. He started from the first night or first event and continued to work all these years, except for last year. I think it was his first event that he missed. He's just been out and about everywhere. And thousands of residents have had contact with Dan over the years. And I've known Dan for a lot of years, probably about 37 years. We worked together initially. And I started compiling a list of accolades and things that he's done over the years, and the list was long, and I've got a lot of input. It was literally single type line, and it was about 2 pages long. But I'd just like to highlight just a couple things that Dan has accomplished. When he was out patrolling one of our local schools, he fortunately interrupted a sexual assault and was able to arrest the suspect. He identified 3 armed suspects leaving an apartment complex, and he initially pursued them and was successfully able to assist with the arrest. He created and started a program at the department many years ago about providing victims of children victims of stuffed animals to be able to comfort them during these difficult times. In the early 1990s, we used to have a Print a Child program. Dan and the other reserves were heavily involved in that program. He's also a bicycle officer for the past 8 years. And most of you, I think his passion was also CRC and parks and recs. He hung around the swim center, and in 1996, the Olympic gold medal Aquamaids provided Dan and recognized him for his outstanding service in providing security while they practice and train there. My own management analyst, Karen McDowell, saw him again today, Dan, when she was 19 years old working at CRC and leaving the office late at night. She always found Dan in the parking lot, or he'd come through to make sure she made it safe. And I've heard endless stories like this throughout. He was involved in the SCS parades for many years. So Dan has just been just a total rock star. Dan worked at a warehouse facility. He managed that for many, many years, and 12 years ago, he joined the Department of Corrections at County Jail, and he recently retired after 12 successful years there. He has moved north with his wife, and believe it or not, this is not a surprise, but he is now volunteering with the sheriff's office up in that area. So they really got a gem there. But he is here tonight with his daughter, Jennifer. And again, I would just, on behalf of the entire Santa Clara Police Department, thank Officer Dan McNean for his 42 years of service, his commitment and dedication to the Santa Clara Police Department, but also to the citizens of Santa Clara. And I just want to say congratulations, Dan. Now, I did ask him, if you know Dan, he's not shy for words, but I did ask him if he wanted to say a few words, and he'd prefer not to. I'm surprised you got him up here, so that's a good
Really,
job.
Dan?
I
Come
know. Maybe you can
on.
convince him. There he is.
It's been a great 42 years. Great city. I've worked with you for many, many years and your family. So just thank you for the city and thank you for the chief for giving me a chance. It's time to enjoy the new journey.
Sure you don't want another 10 more years? What do you mean it's time? 52?
No.
Sounds perfect.
Between here and the county, that was enough. So,
We have such a tremendous amount of respect for you and a tremendous amount of gratitude for everything that you've done. And I know the chief had outlined just a small portion of how I think the difference with you is that you really, really cared about all of us here in the community. You cared about our children and keeping them safe. And you did so many things above and beyond, what was in your job description as a volunteer. So thank you so much for, I know every time I saw you, either in a parking lot or, patrolling a park or at our Arts and Wine Festival, I felt safe, that our community was safe when we saw you. And you didn't care about being silly. You would joke with people and be silly. And that's why you're so beloved by our community. So thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for everything. And we have a proclamation for you. We'd love for you to join us up here with the chief. If you'd like to bring your family forward too, we'd like to take a photo with you. So if I could ask the council if we could come down. Officer Dan. Certainly one of a kind. Thank you, Officer Dan. All right, our next special order of business we have is a proclamation of Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month, and I see Samina here in the audience. So as a special order of business, I would like to announce that August is Muslim Awareness and Appreciation Month. Muslim Awareness and Appreciation Month honors generations of Muslim Americans for their many social, cultural, and economic contributions to our city and across the country. At this time, I'd like to invite CARE's Government Relations Coordinator, Samina Usman, up to the podium to say a few words. Welcome, Samina.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and Council. We appreciate your recognition of Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. This has been designated by the state of California for the past 4 years, and we appreciate that Santa Clara has stood firm with the community and also passing these proclamations as well in support of it. So as you know, this has been a really trying few years. Especially when we've seen the divisive rhetoric from the top down, and to have our city council members and our county and the state of California recognize the contributions of Muslims, given the fact that, we are part of the fabric of this great country. We're your doctors, your lawyers, your tech workers, your taxi drivers, your chefs, your civil rights advocates, and we all are working together to make this city, this state, this country great. So thank you so much. And if you don't mind, I'd like to ask
Yes.
another member of our community to speak a little bit, tiny bit about our organization.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Abdullah Ibrahim. I am a development coordinator with Islamic Relief. Just wanted to thank all of City Council for recognizing us and all that we do for the community. A little bit about Islamic Relief, if you guys don't know, we were established here in California about 26 years ago. And we have projects, we're a humanitarian organization, and we work in about 47 different countries. We have different projects from medical aid to shelters to food, vocational work, business training, all kinds of humanitarian work that we do in different countries. And because of our long-standing relationship with some of these countries, we're able to get into places that other organizations aren't able to. So we just wanted to thank you guys for the recognition. And if you guys have any questions or anything, please let us know.
Any questions or comments from the council? No? Well, I just want to thank you not only for what you do nationally, but for everything that you do locally for the city of Santa Clara. You're a wonderful community partner, residents. You're a wonderful part of the fabric of our community, and we embrace that. We embrace you, and we want to celebrate with you this month. We're sorry it's at the end of the month, but we can go into September. That's okay too.
Okay.
So thank you and congratulations. And if you'd like to join us down here, our council would like to take some pictures, and anyone that you would like from the audience to please join us so we can present you with our proclamation. Okay, our next special order of business is a recognition of Better Together Leadership Program. So if everyone would like to come forward a little bit that's involved with that program. Aha, we're pulling from the back of the room here. Okay. So as a special order of business, the City Council will be recognizing the Better Together Leadership Program and its community partner, Planet Granite. The Better Together Leadership Program began in 1989 as a program that worked with high-risk students. As the program grew, it evolved into a leadership program focused on self-esteem, decision-making, communication, and teamwork. Each year, the Better Together Leadership Program firefighter facilitators donate their time to this valuable program. And when I say donate their time, they all donate their time, and it's a lot of time that they put into this program. They're very committed to this program. So a core group of firefighters meet with the students every week to help facilitate different activities that will showcase their strengths and build on their weaknesses. Nearly 20 years ago, the Better Together Leadership Program started its partnership with Planet Granite and began exploring how climbing could be used as a tool for positive change for at-risk youth in the Santa Clara community and beyond. In the program, climbing is used to foster discipline, focused, trust, camaraderie, leadership, and improve self-esteem. City Council, what do you think about that? Should we join the climbing program? I think so. Yeah, look at you. Okay. So at this time, I'd like to ask firefighter Zach McGee if he'd like to say a few words about the program, and then we have some special recognitions after that. Welcome, Zach.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations, Chief Sellers, on your retirement. I know
That's next, so
I know that's
yeah.
coming up soon.
Okay.
But, and I want to introduce the people that are here that are part of the program. I'm going to go right down the line, and then I'm going to let Nick speak, so go ahead and get ready. Phil Kleinhines, Jason Mattier, Steve Kastner, Bev Molina, and then we have 8 other people that couldn't make it tonight that are also facilitators, and they do dedicate a lot of their time. Some people drive as far as Watsonville, Gilroy. At one point in time, Bev lived in Sacramento. She's commuting from Sacramento just to come in and spend that period with the students and then drive back home. So it is a tremendous commitment that they make to be part of this. I will say that we probably all agree that we get just as much out of it as the students do. It's been rewarding every year I've been a part of it. It's nice to know that our program, through the support of the city council, the department, partners like Planet Granite, that we're now at the point where we're like building succession plans. We have people wanting to get in as facilitators. We're able to kind of let people that have put in decades of time have new people come in and breathe kind of new energy back into it and help keep growing the program. But with that, I do want to thank Planet Granite. This partnership is like a perfect end of the year for our kids. A lot of you have witnessed it and seen how much the kids enjoy it. It's a highlight for the kids. And it's so smooth to work with Planet Granite. And also they're bringing a bouldering gym back to Santa Clara. They're originally in Santa Clara. So that's good news. And I'm gonna let Nick introduce everybody that's with them.
Thank you. Welcome, Nick.
Thank you. With me, I've got Evan. He's been running our Belmont gym, and he'll be taking over the Sunnyvale facility for us. So we'll be moving forward is Zach's contact. I've been working in the Sunnyvale gym with Zach for the last 5 years. And then we also brought Kyle, who has been with me in Sunnyvale, supporting the efforts with the Better Together visit, and he's actually going to be starting our Santa Clara facility. So thank you again for that conditional use permit. I was here just a few months ago. I just want to, say thank you to Better Together. Giving back to the local youth is something that's of much importance to our organization and us personally. And we've found that it's a big challenge when we don't have champions on the other side kind of rooting for the same efforts. So to be able to have Zach and the rest of the Better Together crew here to kind of foster that, will to bring the kids in and the time that they commit, make it a great partnership. And we look forward to continuing it for year after year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nick, because without the partnership of Planet Granite, and I have personally seen for the last couple of years, when the students are in your business and they're with the firefighters that they really look up to and know that the firefighters really, they care about them, it's such a great combination to see, the generosity of your company combined with the volunteerism of the fire department to come in and really make a difference in their lives. And so I've had a chance to talk to a lot of them about, what's their favorite part of the program. Besides the pizza and the climbing, they really enjoy the relationships with our volunteers here. So we wanted to recognize and honor not just the Better Together program, but your business, because you're a role model for other businesses in the community. So we want to celebrate you and your company and everything you've done for Santa Clara, and just to let you know how much we appreciate everything that you've done for our community, our kids, and our public safety and our volunteers here. So let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. And before I go to all of the honors we have for you, Councilmember Watanabe would like to say something.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I had the pleasure of going to one of the programs that Better Together put together at Valentine's Day. And we worked with the John Burns Senior Housing, and a group of students from Don Calajon Middle School attended. And it was just wonderful to see them sit down with the firefighters and just have little one-on-ones before the residents of John Burns came, and the students made cards with them and just spends a really nice time just talking one-on-one. And and I asked the kids about it afterwards, and they just seemed so comfortable, and as well as the residents. And it was just a great opportunity just to spend some time. And like I said, it was Valentine's Day. The residents may not have otherwise have had an opportunity to spend quality time with a loved one, and so this just was a nice way to integrate and get the kids to number one, talk with the residents, but number two, just share love and just camaraderie. So it's a wonderful program, and I'm really glad that I had that opportunity. So thank you for sharing it.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. So the certificates we have are one for, and we'll pass them down here, one for the Better Together Leadership Program to show that our appreciation for everything that you've done. One for Zach McGee, just because he calls our office the most, so he, the loudest one gets the proclamation. No, Zach's done a wonderful job as a leader in this. We have a Planet Granite certificate, and then also one for Nick Gerard specifically. I also wanted to read the names out of the facilitators. Just, I know some are here and some aren't, and we'll pass these out as well. Nick Bernardo, Chris Gladfelter, Elizabeth Harkins, Bill Kleinheitz Jr., right? Jason Matier, Eduardo Maya, Ron McDowell, David Kent, who is related to our Project for Public Spaces, Fred Kent, if anyone didn't know that, and the famous Beverly Molina. So I want to make sure we pass these out. And so, Council, if you could meet us down there. Teresa, can I give you these to help pass out so we can present you with your proclamation?
Jason.
What?
Jason.
I said Jason.
Did you say Jason? I didn't hear you say Jason.
Positive, thank you.
Wait, are yours Santa Clara? Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's fine. Zach. All right, thank you all for that. It was very uplifting. So next we have the recognition of Mike J. Sellers, Chief of Police. So as a special order of business this evening, the City Council will recognize Police Chief Michael J. Sellers for over 34 years of service to the city and the Santa Clara Police Department. Police Chief Mike, would you like to come forward? So not that everyone doesn't know who you are, but just to be on camera. Thank you. You're used to coming up for other people, right? Yeah. Okay. Police Chief Michael J. Sellers began his career with the Santa Clara Police Department as a cadet in 1978. Since he has spent his entire law enforcement career moving up the ranks, culminated with being elected police chief in 2012 and then re-elected in 2016. Chief Sellers will retire effective September 1st, 2019, marking the end of a 4-decade-long career in law enforcement. Thank you, Police Chief Mike Sellers, for your 34 years of exemplary, honorable, and admirable service to our community. In recognition for your many contributions and dedicated service to the City of Santa Clara and the Santa Clara Police Department, the Council would like to present you with, I think, one of a few city proclamations you are going to at least have received so far and will get in the next couple of days. So we'd like to congratulate you and ask you if you'd like to say a few words to the community.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and City staff. You know, looking back, my 34 years being a full-time police officer is just amazing, and it was just an amazing journey. It's gone by so fast, and I couldn't have picked a better city to work for. In the past 7.5 years, I just need to really thank the prior council members, the mayor, and the current council and mayor for the support that each and every one of you and the prior council members have given us, the department support, and I really, truly appreciate that. You know, I've been asked in the last couple of weeks, you know, what is your greatest achievement? And honestly, what it is that I've had the opportunity to hire and promote great people. And we are so blessed, not only in the city, but in our department, that we have great people that work for us, great employees. My employees come to work each and every day wanting to provide a high level of service to our community. They do this professionally and ethically, and there's nothing that we can't do. And all this is accomplished because of the employees that we have. I truly believe our #1 asset in the entire city is our employees. Without them, we couldn't do this amazing work. And I've had the opportunity to work with some amazing people in other departments, and especially now with the current department heads here and prior department heads, I really appreciate the support I received from each and every one of them. But I'd also like to thank, you know, the city manager office, all the past and present employees out of there, the city attorney's office, human resource, IT, finance, public works, the library, parks and rec, water and sewer, and especially we work very close with our brothers and sisters in the fire department. I just really would like to thank them very much for that. To our community, I just want to thank you very much for the support that you've given me. Since I made the announcement a few weeks back, I can't tell you how many emails, postings on social media, flowers, and I especially like the cookies that have come.
Keep them coming.
They keep coming. But it's just been unbelievable and an emotional roller coaster for me. I've had a number of special events from faith-based community members, and they continue to recognize my service, and really it should go to the men and women that I serve. But it's just been unbelievable, and I truly appreciate it. And I just want to tell our community that the department's in great hands. My executive staff and many of the members are back here behind me. They will continue to march forward and provide that high level of service there will not be any kind of change in the level of service at all. They're in very good hands. So again, for the community members, thank you for all the years of support you've given me, but also all the support you continue to give my officers, and I really do appreciate that. And I just finally want to say, I just want to thank my daughter Amanda, who's in the back, along with my wife Denise and my mom Sharon. And without family support, we all know we could not be successful in doing our job each and every day, because they make a lot of sacrifices. So again, thank you very much, everybody. I really, truly appreciate it. It's been, pardon my French, one hell of a ride. But I'm getting off the train here. I'm going to try to relax a little bit. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Mike, if you could join us up here, and if you want your family to come forward too. All right, do we have to get back to work now? I don't know, that was,
Fun stuff is over.
yeah. All right, thank you for that. Chief, you still have to stay, though, okay? All right, moving on, we have the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless a council member or member of the public would like to pull one item. And I know I wanted to pull the item 2I to make a statement about declaring the vacancy on the Board of Library Trustees. So I'm going to pull item 2I just to make a statement. Is there any other council member that would like to pull an item? Any member of the public? Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Motion and second for the consent calendar. Any discussion? Please register vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next is public presentations. Assistant City Clerk, do we have any public presentations? No cards? Okay, if any member of the public would like to make a presentation, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to say that this morning, the County Board of Supervisors declared that the county is in a climate emergency, which raises the priority of the climate issue in the county. And I would recommend that the city of Santa Clara follow suit. Cities of Berkeley, Oakland, Santa Cruz, San Francisco have already done so. There are 969 government organizations in 18 countries that have already done so. So I would like to recognize and applaud the Board of Supervisors for taking this stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public? Okay, seeing no other members. We're then going to move to consent items pulled for discussion, and that's the item I pulled, which was action on declaring a vacancy on the Board of Library Trustees to fill a partial term ending June 30th, 2021. We're going to be setting September 20th as the application deadline for that, and interviews, to fill the partial term at a council meeting after that. I just wanted to mention that we filled a host of commission appointments yesterday with different commissions, but there was one commission that we did not fill completely, and that was the Housing and Rehabilitation Loan Committee. And so we still have a position available on the Housing Rehabilitation Loan Committee. So since we've already declared that seat vacant, it won't be back on the City Council agenda, but we will also be accepting applications for that committee, and we'll hear it at the same time that we interview for the Library Board of Trustees. So I just wanted to mention we have just this one position on Library Trustees open, but also the Housing Rehabilitation Loan Committee. And that was the only information I wanted to give. So could I please have a motion to approve this item?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion second. Any discussion? Any member of the public? Okay. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to go into our public hearing general business. The first is a public hearing regarding City North Framework. So Mr. Crabtree, Director, welcome.
Thank you. Mayors, members of the City Council, I'm Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development, and we're going to give a presentation, sort of an update on the City North Framework that we are working on. So just by background, as you're all aware, the city is currently in the process of preparing two specific plans, the Freedom Circle and Patrick Henry specific plans, which are both located in the northwest area of Santa Clara, or north of 101. Preparation of those projects was started in 2017, and at that time, we received direction from council to also prepare sort of a larger area framework plan that could be used to kind of look at a higher level at issues across both specific plans and then other development that might be happening in the area. And so that was wrapped into the contract that we have with the consultants, MIG, who are assisting us with this effort that was approved by the council and so forth. And then in April of earlier this year, we had a study session on these different efforts. And at that time, the City Council asked us to come back with more information on what the specific contents would be for the framework. We're still pretty early in the process, but we do have some specific things to present to the council for feedback. So in terms of the contents of the framework, there are really three primary elements that we staff are proposing to include in the framework that we think could be usefully addressed in this kind of sort of larger area document. The first is to include what are identified already in our general plan as prerequisite studies that were to prepare, complete prior to moving forward with any of the new focus areas for housing identified in our general plan as phase 3, and that does include the Patrick Henry specific plan area. The second is to consider some sort of principles, strategies that really could be applied across the area. There's not specifically going into some of the specific plans, but something that could apply to multiple plans or development activity. And then the third thing is a coordinated mobility plan. And the benefit here is that by not just looking at each plan area in isolation, but broadly, we can come up with a strategy where different property areas can all participate and hopefully put together a plan that comprehensively in a coordinated fashion helps to address mobility needs, the ability of people to move around in that area as development goes forward. This is the geography that we have proposed for the framework area. As you see, perhaps in the exhibit here, it's north of 101, follows the creek boundary, Sunnyvale boundary along the western edge up to the northern boundary of Santa Clara along 237, extends over to the Guadalupe River so that it would include the related Santa Clara development, Tasman East specific plan, then down along Tasman to the creek there, and then back to 101. So in this way, we can capture the two specific plans, which are areas which are shown here in orange, the Patrick Henry Freedom Circle specific plans, also the Tasman East specific plan, which does have some language in it related to participation in a larger mobility planning effort, and then some of the other development, as you can see, that's going on in this area. The prerequisite studies are specifically spelled out in the general plan, and the intent here is to look at the city's ability overall to provide these different components of what are needed to build a successful community. So citywide parkland ratios, infrastructure and the fiscal health of that infrastructure, emergency response times, bicycle, pedestrian, transit improvements. Those things are specifically identified in our general plan and would be addressed for the area overall and in conjunction with the new specific plans as part of the framework. The next element is guiding principles, sort of called land use planning, urban design principles that we see could be applied across all this geography and help to create sort of a cohesive approach to planning activity. So we talk about really that there's a urban scale here, that we're dealing with projects that are generally more urban than we see in other parts of the city. A polycentric district, that there would be different places created throughout the area that each have their own sort of community center life, whether it be through retail, supporting services, public uses, different things that are spread around, so that you're starting to create different neighborhoods. And the idea is that we try to plan complete neighborhoods so that people living there are not just living in a housing project, but they're actually living in something that feels like a neighborhood. They have parks, they have retail, public uses, whatever they need to support life in that new neighborhood. We recognize that we really need to think hard about how to address mobility concerns. The road network that's up there now is really doing what it can to carry a lot of traffic, but as new development goes forward, we really need to think about what new opportunities there are, either for roadway improvements or new services, transit-wise, or other emerging technologies, whatever there might be that we can use to address mobility. We want to really focus on the public realm, those public spaces that support placemaking, and then we want to make sure that different development, we have an opportunity across this, to make sure that different things are compatible between the different districts or areas. We also identified 3 strategies. These are really all sort of focused around sort of the quality of life and character of the area that we thought could have some policy guidance in the framework that would be universally beneficial across the area. And those relate to urban design placemaking, parks and open space, and mobility and circulation. And these are really headings under which we would be developing specific policies, actions that the city could implement to address them. But at this point in the process, we're really just saying these are the things that we think would be in the framework. And then the third main element, as mentioned, is a coordinated mobility plan. We can look at transportation demand management strategies, which we do on a project-by-project basis, but really try to come up with those at the regional level to try to encourage alternate means of movement beyond just single occupant vehicles. And then other strategies, creating some sort of structure where different development going forward contributes toward creating some kind of transportation, like a like shuttle service. Then we also look at bike and scooter share, other opportunities there might be to address mobility. So next steps, at this point, we're intending to proceed with the preparation of the framework and the specific plans together with our consultant as under our approved scope of work with them. There will be additional outreach and some key milestones. We really haven't started the preparation of the environmental impact report yet, but we're just about to. In the fall here, start seeing some of the first public facing portion of that process would be the release of a notice of preparation, and we would have a scoping meeting this fall. Looking forward, our goal is to have the environmental impact report out for public review in the spring, and then to be bringing I have drafts of the specific plans out in the spring, as well as this framework document, and work towards bringing all those to the City Council ultimately for consideration in towards the end of the summer of 2020. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
On a second here. Councilmember Watanabe, followed by Councilmember Hardy.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the presentation. This is a nice, a good first draft. And where we're going to go, what the plans are, because a lot of this is my district. And so it's really, really important, obviously, to make sure that everything is, captured. I had one question regarding, it's amazing. There are a lot of specific plans, in place, but at the same time, are we looking at how this is going to impact the original City North, basically? Because we're calling the City North, but there was another City North, like the Rivermark area, Fairway Glen, the folks, Robbins Run, Fuller Park, and frankly, even the other side of Montague. How are we looking at incorporating them into this plan?
Right. So thank you. So I would say in a couple different ways. On a technical side, there will be the sort of traffic analysis and all the sort of environmental analysis that will look at impacts throughout all of Santa Clara, even surrounding cities to a degree. So anything like that, will get studied on a technical standpoint. From a community engagement standpoint, we're also looking for, it's not the participation and input in this is no way limited to just people within that plan area. We recognize that, there's an opportunity to, and there will be, people don't stop at the boundaries of this plan and the way they live their lives. And there will be an opportunity to provide services and benefits to people in those communities, as well as, potential impacts that can come with the new development. Really, the boundary is focused on where we see the bulk of that development happening so that we can have the policies in place to guide, direct that development as we see it fit. But we're certainly looking at this in the context of the rest of North Santa Clara and the rest of Santa Clara as a whole, and how these different, we have one water system for the whole city, for example. So, all of that is looked at in context going as we go forward through the process.
Okay, great. And what about the multimodal system that was planned for as part of the related project? Is that going to be incorporated into this plan as well, or is that separate?
So I think, existing entitlements have their set of rules in place, like the related project. So you will acknowledge what's already in place. and try to build on that with things around it.
Okay, good. Okay, and really, my biggest concern is the transportation and how everything will connect, and making sure that you know, we're engaged as well, since you know we know the community, and if there's any way, I don't know, if the mayor and I can work together and obviously attend you know, the workshops when the public workshops when they become available, but definitely, you know, to be engaged, I think is really important as well. But yeah, thank you for this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. One line would mention infrastructure. I've been surprised when I talk with residents how concerned they are about our capabilities to grow and still provide water, sewer, power, police, fire, all those different situations. I'm wondering if your line infrastructure also included school and retail situation, because as far as I know, the school that's going to be built, the K through high school, will be in the Agnews East area, which is a ways away, and they have done up the lines for how they're going to reassess and restructure the school district boundaries for each school. My also concern is retail, because I didn't see that specifically as a line item, as something we need to address. Having lived out on the north side before there was any real retail, and having helped with Rivermark and pushed for that, I can see very quickly, I was in some parts of Oakland, and probably the biggest concern the neighbors had there was there were no grocery stores. There were only liquor stores within walking distance, or even any kind of reasonable distance. And that is my concern also, that we think of how to make certain that we make this very livable, because Councilmember Watanabe is right. We have a lot of people come and go from that area. But as we have people live in that area, we need to think of the changes we need to make in policy and the structure. So I was worried there was only that one line just said infrastructure, nothing more.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me expand on that a little bit. So as we go through the environmental impact report preparation process, we will really dig in a very technical way around the water supply, sewer capacity, those kind of the engineering aspects of infrastructure, our ability to provide, you know, the calculations. What will the new development need in terms of water? How will we provide it? Where do we have it coming from? Do we have local distribution network as well as overall access to supply? So those sorts of things will definitely be addressed. In that technical document, we also do address school capacity and describe, you know, what the you know, the likely traffic or where the school services would be provided for the new development. So that is addressed to a degree, although there's some sort of legal guidance from the state on how we address that in the environmental review process. And then sort of layering on top of that, and particularly when we look at retail and other things too, is very much in the realm of policy and what we're trying to accomplish here with the complete neighborhoods. At the study session we had earlier this year, we did put out some potential policy ideas around you know, creating standards for minimum amounts of retail in different neighborhoods, walkability, you know, within walking distance and so forth. So some of those ideas you had a little bit of a preview on, and we'll certainly be looking to flesh those out more as we develop those policies. But today our goal was really just to come back and say, you know, what is the table of contents overall? It's very helpful to have that input. Like, we'll make sure that retail and these infrastructure needs are clearly focused upon as we bring things forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the biggest thing out there is the traffic issues that already exist, and we haven't even added any more layers of development. And the gridlock, that how are you going to address gridlock? I mean, we kind of have that right now. And now we're going to put these new plans into a phase So we can't add more roads. Are you going to be working on walkability within these new development areas? Or how are you going to move these people around in the north side? That's my big question.
So where we are in the process is we're still sort of figuring out what the amount of new development might be that we're contemplating under these specific plans. So we're still sort of working through that part of it. Once we have a number, we'll be back in front of the council, and you'll get inputs along the way. We start doing the analysis of what that actually could look like in terms of how it would impact the existing roadways. So we do that sort of just again technical exercise of traffic engineers running the sort of forecast models and saying if there's this much development, we know what the road conditions are today, what will that give us in 10, 20 years? And it's sort of there's a feedback loop a little bit built into that process too, where we start, as we plan land uses, we look at, are there opportunities to focus development closer to transit facilities or into a type or form of development that allows for walkability. Certainly talk about mixed use a lot, the ability to include commercial uses close by so that a person might walk to them versus needing to drive to their all their shopping, or sort of what percentage of those different uses can we bring into each neighborhood and make sure they're walkable. So through that land use planning exercise, we're very much trying to do all those things that you just mentioned about finding ways to accommodate growth and not get to a level of gridlock or traffic that that really destroys quality of life. So it's always it's a challenge, obviously, as we grow. How to accommodate that growth? We don't necessarily create the growth. The growth is out there, and it's how can we best plan for it is our focus. But through this process, there will definitely be analysis of all those things that you mentioned, and we'll be bringing in our consultants, our own experience. What are the best tools out there that we can use from a land use planning standpoint, from a transportation standpoint, to try to minimize the negatives of growth and make a positive environment for us in the future.
Because the thing that we hear is that that area is not conducive to having, well, our chair of VTAs here, having a process where people can get around. They're kind of in the cars. We can't get them out of the cars, so that if you develop a project, it's going to have to be inclusive with the core needs that they need, the quality of life that they need. So it's almost as if we're going to look at each project where it's going to have to be totally inclusive. And how do we do that? Are they willing to do that? Are developers willing to put a lot into this? Are they willing to pay for traffic management? I mean, like, what are they willing to do to make sure that we don't have the gridlock? And are we looking at alternative ways like busing or utilizing the Tasman tram that's up there? I mean, there are a lot of things. I can't see you building more roads, but there's got to be a way of getting everybody around. And right now, the way it stands, there's so many grocery stores, there's so many this, so many that, and people are still trying to get around. And so that's why I asked you the question about gridlock. I'm just hoping that we will be working with VTA or somebody to figure out some kind of way to get people to the job and less impact out on to everybody else. So.
And we have had stakeholder meetings with VTA already, with a lot of the property developers, where we've brought up that we're looking to do these kinds of things. And so that conversation is happening.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. Continuing the discussion about the traffic, you mentioned that we are looking into possible shuttle service. I was at a recent meeting at Senior Advisory Commission, and they also were looking forward to have a shuttle service within the city. So are we trying to limit that only to shuttle to this area, or we are envisioning like expanding the shuttle service throughout the city of Santa Clara for the long run?
So we have not yet set boundaries for it. The intent, we recognize that we have, we have the ACE commuter, which is really a regional system. We have the light rail, which provides connectivity somewhat locally, beyond Santa Clara, but not extensively throughout the region necessarily because of the travel times. So, and then there is VTA bus service. So it's kind of how do you layer out something on top of all of that that will help people get around as we mix different land uses. There, as we introduce housing into this area that's been predominantly jobs, there may be more opportunity to provide sort of a near-term point-to-point connection where, from a new residential area to an existing job area that can help people move around within this area. We recognize that like Mission College, different things up there also generate a demand. So we're looking for opportunities to partner across those. And then I think we'll look to our traffic consultants as well to help us to say, is there a real benefit? We sort of do a cost-benefit analysis. How can we maximize the benefit with the resources we have? And if it makes a lot of sense to extend outside the boundaries of just the framework area, I think it's definitely on the table, and we'll have to investigate that and see if that's what makes the most benefit.
Yeah, I would highly suggest that we look into as a separate project itself to how we can have a good shuttle program within the Santa Clara, just on the model of Mountain View, and that would be great. And my other question is related to specific area plan. I know 2 of the developers have withdrawn from the specific area plans. How does that impact about this City North framework part of it?
So we're going to discuss that as the next agenda item in more depth, and really talk about some different strategies that we might have going forward on that. So, so maybe we should hold that discussion to the next item, but we're certainly looking at ways to continue planning on a large scale as we.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor. So, and thank you, Director Crabtree, for the report. And I'm really very encouraged to see that at this point, a lot of these items that we're talking about are coming up now instead of, a lot of times I think what's happened to us is that we've had projects that have come and evolved, a certain distance along the way, and then a lot of items get brought up, and then it's kind of like, well, this project's already fully baked. And unfortunately, that pie maybe didn't include all the ingredients that the community would want. So I think it's a much better approach that we're doing this now. And I do hope that at some point in the next year so that we'll have a community benefits policy so that it'll even be clearer to our associates in the development community what we really need. Because, and I am heartened to hear all the discussion about transportation because that truly is going to be kind of what, is the backbreaker here potentially. And it's like, I think we can't keep thinking about cars. I mean, it's just not going to work. And that's not where our younger generation wants us to go. It's not all about us baby boomers. It's about other people who realize and know that they're going to have a different lifestyle just because of their income and net worth and the condition of the climate and many other elements. So one of the things we have talked a lot about the money that was in part of one of the conditions of approval for the related Santa Clara project. I think it's now at $750,000 for a study to do multimodal improvements for the Great America Station. I mean, I think all of those discussions have to be up front and at the beginning because, and I don't like to sound like I'm negative because I'm not, because I think that this area is a tremendous opportunity for people in Santa Clara, particularly for people who want a lifestyle that is not so car-centric. And let's face it, a lot of the people my age and younger, their children are not choosing to buy or live in houses a lot of times in the suburban single-family tract homes in Santa Clara. They want to live in New York City, and they want to live in Boston. They want to live in Seattle. They want to live in San Francisco or, maybe downtown LA or San Diego. A lot of them, aren't as interested in a lot of what Santa Clara is, but we do have an opportunity to have neighborhoods that meet a lot of different needs. And for those folks who want to want to live in a single-family home in a, kind of more of a suburban setting, we have, 2/3 of our city that's geared for that. And then if we do this correctly, we provide an environment for a lot of people, and also people like myself who may be getting tired of maintaining a large home and yards and all of that, who maybe would like the idea of maybe having a condo in a higher rise building where you could walk to all kinds of attractions. So that is encouraging for me that we're doing that. But I think that even before, we can't go very far down the road, no pun intended, without really doing very serious work on the transportation. And because otherwise, as I said, the projects will fail, in my opinion. Because, we heard from, one of our honorees earlier today, who's now left the Bay Area, and he dreads the thought of coming back here. So we were at a point where, that the conditions that we have for moving people around are very painful, and it will either, continue to see people wanting to leave the area, or the projects won't be as successful. So that, to me, is just a given that we have to look at things in a different way. And one of the other pieces, I know the mayor mentioned that one of our firefighters is a relative of Fred Kent. And so Fred Kent is the head of the project for public spaces, and he and his staff come and do a number of workshops, as Director Crabtree and his staff are well aware, and a number of members of the community on placemaking. And once again, I think if we, some of the outlines that you provided talk a lot about that, and I think it's great that once again, from way before, any permits are being taken out or applications are being submitted, we're saying that this is part of how you create a community that people can be in and be happy and work and play and do all those things that we talk about without necessarily having to get in their car and driving to downtown Campbell or downtown San Jose or going to San Francisco or whatever. If we make sure that all of those elements are in our thinking, so that I think that, I said, I'm very encouraged to see that. And I think that if you have, you have a lot of very cool pictures in the presentation. And if we can start creating environments like that, rather than just buildings that, well, I used to describe the dorm that I lived in at Stanford as post-World War II bunker architecture. And, not to say that some of our projects look that way, but a lot of the projects we've built are pretty blocky looking and, not exactly something that's particularly interesting and not conducive to people forming the kind of connections that you've talked about. So as long as we really keep that kind of thinking at the forefront of our brains and everything else, and that's the lens that we have to look at all of this through. Because like I said, it ain't 1984 anymore, and so we have to create an environment that's going to face our environmental challenges and a lifestyle that the younger generations will want to live in, and even perhaps somebody such as myself. So thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing how this evolves.
Thank you. Mr. Crabtree, I have a few questions because I'm a little confused about exactly why we're doing this. This is a city north framework, and it looks like we're going to start the preparation of an EIR if this is moving forward. A notice of preparation in fall of 2019 and a draft EIR in spring 2020. What does the project description look like? Because I don't see anything on building heights, or I don't see any specifics on anything. I mean, it's like general categories of this. And so my question is, we're doing all these specific plans. We've got 2 specific plans. Well, one maybe. Well, one that has fallen apart. And one of the reasons it's fallen apart is that the developers, and at least 2 that I've spoken with, did not like the high density that was proposed in the specific plan, so they opted out. So one's falling apart. We have another one, Patrick Henry, we have the related project that's in this city north, which is, that's already baked and been approved and everything. And besides the Kylie project, I don't see any other projects on the horizon of these types of things that we can't handle in the specific plan or the focus areas. So why exactly are we doing this when the only projects dangling out there are Kylie and maybe some others across from the convention center? So that's my first question, and I do not know what our project description is going to be for a draft EIR, so.
Several things to address there. For the EIR, we're, as you just alluded to, we're seeking direction on the Freedom Circle area as in terms of approach. On the Patrick and Henry specific plan, we have close to a dozen property owner stakeholders who've all expressed different interests in terms of development capacity that they're seeking on their sites. So that's an input into the process. We'll also then go back to the community and get input from the community as well. And then, as we normally do, we come back to the council before we sort of launch the EIR with a bit more detail around what the project description is that the basis of the EIR would be. So with this schedule, probably sometime early in 2020, we would be back in front of the council with a sort of, here's what we think is the project that EIR would address.
So I forgot Tasman East too. We have that specific plan. So we've got City Place, Tasman East, Patrick Henry, focus area possibly, and Freedom Circle. It doesn't leave much left. So I'm curious, we're spending all this time, money, and effort on a city north plan when why don't we just deal with the Kylie project? I mean, I don't know why we're doing this, so I'm very confused about that. So you say you're going to come back with specifics for a project description, but it says you're preparing the notice and everything for fall of 2019, which is now. So, okay, maybe, okay, thank you. 'Cause
Mayor,
I don't know why I'm not
yeah,
sure.
if I may. So as all the specific plans were moving separately, but together in many ways, we heard concerns from the city council to make sure that we're looking at what was happening in the north area comprehensively. So the discussions we had is that even though each individual specific plan was moving forward, you wanted to have the opportunity to see how they all fit together and what the vision would be, the North Santa Clara vision, how the projects would come together, and ultimately how all those pieces fit into one another. What staff was trying to do here was really to try to incorporate all those pieces into one document to give you that vision. And certainly it was really trying to respond to the council request as to how all the pieces fit. But if there's a modification, if there's a change, or if with the specific plans moving further along, if maybe that vision plan is not as needed as it was before, certainly we could, as a staff, we could step back from pursuing that. So really the intent was to try to respond to the question of, we have all these different pieces, but how do we bring it together into one big puzzle to make sure that you can see the whole vision for it?
Well, last time you brought, was it called City North last time, or what was it called last time?
North Santa Clara Vision Plan.
Yeah, okay, so you changed it a little bit.
Framework.
Okay, so you changed the name. But I didn't understand what the North Santa Clara Vision Plan was then, and I don't understand what the City North Plan is now, so even though it's name change. But so the specific plans are moving forward. So they're moving forward. Should we not deal with those? And what if they're not in compliance with the City North framework? It seems like there's the same sort of studies, but what if they're not compatible at the end of the day when we've had all these developers and property owners involved in these specific plans like Tasman East and that. So what are we, it feels like we're doing something separate to what we've already approved over here on these specific plans. I don't know, it's duplicative, I don't know. I'm just not sure. So, because there's no specifics in here.
So just in terms of the scope of work, so we hired one consultant who's doing both Patrick Henry and Freedom Circle specific plans and all the traffic analysis. We wanted to coordinate all of that. And it was really sort of like as an add-on to that contract, that we put in the overall framework. So it's a relatively small percentage, but they're doing all of it at the same time. So we're not really concerned about there being an inconsistency because the same people are writing both documents. And I think as city manager mentioned, we received direction to do some kind of broader framework. So then we started thinking as staff, like what would we put in that? And we thought responding to the general plan prerequisite studies, made sense. We also have some other development, with Great America that was recently approved, sort of their master plan that's out there. So we just want to think about all these things. How can they all fit in? And we do, we have the Kylie project. We're obligated to analyze that from a CEQA standpoint as well. So we wanted to make sure that we were capturing everything in our environmental CEQA analysis as we're required to do. That's kind of where we came from. It's a relatively small part of the scope to put these policies together, and it's ultimately up to the council to decide if you see value in having that.
So let's say, I'm just going to use Tasman East because that's a little bit further along than the other specific plans. So they're moving along, everybody's involved, there's a lot of engagement. But then if we come in with the City North framework, all of a sudden that is different than what they have all agreed to. Like, how do we, I'm not sure how we handle that and why are we, I'm, okay. These are just for projects that are not in the specific plans?
I'm going to try to say it in
Okay.
layperson's terms.
Sorry,
'cause
I'm just.
I know, and Andrew is speaking in very good technical terms. This was the many different specific plans and planned areas that have been targeted and mentioned. The council, is my understanding, and certainly in our last study session, you talked about the potential fragmentation of different developments and the need to find some kind of visioning and connection or connectivity. So knowing that each of the specific plans were being addressed and studied separately, with what was left, how I understood the council direction to say, how do we make a better connection so that as the north side begins to build out, it looks as if there was connection, it looks as if there was some pre-thought in terms of the different specific plans and what has been planned for development. That's the effort here, recognizing that what's already within each of the specific plans that have been approved and developers are pursuing is already entitled and locked in. It's our charge now to see how we fill in the blanks.
So I was wondering, should we
Hoping
have
that's a
not?
little bit simpler.
Thank you for that. Should we have not done this before we engaged in specific plans, like had the big vision and then done the specific areas? I'm worried we're doing it backwards.
I think that's what some of the concern came out. I'm recollecting that there was some concern after and during the study session in terms of the sequencing of events, and which is why we said we would come back in the fall so that we can get started and begin to inform the work that was already being completed. So you're tapping into something that was surfaced at the last study session.
Okay, so at some point, we're going to get specifics that we can weigh in on. For instance, do we
Yes.
want 100-story buildings out there? Are we ever going to weigh in on those kinds of things, or parks, or those? Where do we come in with specifics for this City North plan?
Yeah. So we had some specifics at our study session earlier, and the direction then was come back with sort of overall table of contents. So that's what we were providing here. And I was hoping to get direction today if those are the right topics to address. And then once we know that, we'll develop what those specific policies and goals are, and we can look for a time that works on the council agenda to bring that back to you.
So we'll come up with a project description for the North Plan at some point, and we'll agree on that after some kind of outreach.
And
Is that it?
if there is an interest on the part of the council to add tonight, for us to add height, then certainly that is something that we can come back with.
That's just one of many things we should be talking about. So definitely we need to weigh in on all of that. So is that the next step where we weigh in on all of these? I mean, this is it's very nice, but it's very vague. So I don't know what the project is. I don't even know what you would study in an EIR. It's not specific. anyways, okay. Kathy, Councilmember Watanabe, you're up there, and then Councilmember Mahan after that. Or Vice Mayor Mahan.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Just to go along with what the mayor was just inquiring about regarding the specific plans, and because on the last page of the presentation, and there's a whole list of all the different specific plans and the area projects. What is going to happen to them during the preparation of the City North framework? Are they still going to, I just want to clarify, are they still going to be moving forward? And also as part of the EIR that's being prepared, is the city putting the EIR together, or is it the developers?
So the city is the one it's our document. The EIR is our study. We're the ones that hired the consultants, and we review their work, and it's our document. So the consultants are writing it, but it's our document. We're putting it together. There are separate EIRs for some of these projects.
Okay, that was my next question. Okay.
Yeah, so we've talked about Kylie. It has its own EIR that's being prepared, again, by the city. The city always prepares our own CEQA documents. But when someone files an application, we're obligated to go through that environmental review process. Tasman East was completed, but we're looking at the last council meeting, we approved a little scope amendment to do a little amendment to that. Other things are completed, related to Santa Clara's project. The CEQA review is completed. Those kind of are the background, the starting condition that we build on when we do the rest of the analysis. We've had other development projects come in throughout this area. They're small, and if they file applications, then we'll proceed with those. But just people asking about various other development opportunities. There's always other activity potentially happening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mahan.
First, I want to commend our Director of Community Development, our City Manager, for bringing this forward. As I understand it, this is a framework. It's not a specific plan in and of itself. It's sort of like a framework wherein you're going to hang all of these various specific plans that are coming forward and making sure they're compatible. As I recall, I think it's on the agenda for tonight, we delayed Gray Star because we didn't want to approve them in a vacuum without knowing what was going on the property next door and so forth. So we shouldn't have to rely on the developers to talk one to each other to find out what they're going to do. But the city should have some overarching framework to know what each of these developers are going to do, so that the city can say, well, if you're going to put this here, well, we already know that Irvine's going to put this here, or Gray Star is going to put this here, or somebody else is going to put this here, so let's make it more compatible. And that's kind of what I understand this framework, how it will operate. Is that kind of correct?
Yeah, I think that's the intent. Yeah, definitely.
And I think that's exactly what we need, because it's important for our city staff to be able to coordinate all these specific plans that are coming together, and to have some principles and guidelines to make sure that they all end up being compatible with one another. And we shouldn't want to depend on the developers to share their plans and coordinate their plans, because that's not their responsibility. It's our responsibility to make this area the kind of future Santa Clara that we want. And I think the framework will do that and put some sort of stakes in the ground and say, yeah, this is maybe the maximum building height we want anywhere out there. This is the maximum density. This is the amount of parkland we want to have dedicated, wherever it falls with whichever developer. Those kinds of overarching policy decisions that we can make and put into this framework, and then city staff can make sure that developments coordinate, are compatible, and city staff will have those guidelines to work with and let developers know what's expected of them. So, I think it's a great idea. I don't think it's too late. Any later may have been too late, but I think it's not too late yet to put this in place and make sure that we can envision this area of Santa Clara for the future and make sure all the developments kind of fit into that vision. So I don't know if you need a recommendation to go forward. You had alternatives to accept it or do not accept it, but I would make the motion to accept this report as presented by staff, if that's all you're asking for.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, continuing that, like I agree, this is a framework. I think we should be more specific into the framework part of it. Whatever we approved till now, like Tasman East and others, are like we see some of those specific area plans. But our idea, I think, as a global approach for that particular area should be, okay, what is the maximum number of housing we are trying to put in that? That should be part of the framework, like to be very specific, okay, what's the maximum number of housing we are planning to do in that area? How are we trying to mitigate the traffic? Traffic is like one of the quality of life issues whole of a city. Like what should be our specific goals, not only for a specific area plan, but for the whole area, how we can mitigate those traffic issues. And I think it's the right time that we look at our TDM measures and the TDM penalties, whether we can impose those on a specific area plans. To me, it's a broader view, but I would like to drill down into some specific goals, as I mentioned, the project milestones. We should put some specific goals for the whole area which we are trying to cover, so that our developers who are trying to develop in that area knows, okay, these are the specific goals of the city for this area, how we can blend together their goals and our goals and give them a real specific framework on that. Those are my comments on this one.
Good. Councilmember Davis and then Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Andrew, so yeah, I agree with a lot of council remarks up here as far as this isn't really specific enough for them, for me to even approve the motion, because it's not giving a strong guideline. I mean, traffic is like the #1 issue I feel that's already out there, but we're not addressing like we have San Jose to worry about, we have Sunnyvale to worry about, we have VTA. There's a lot of other stakeholder people for us to develop a strong, what you want here is a framework. But at the same time, it should have been done way before. This should have been the vision before we even went into the specific plans, because now we do have some developers, like KT Urban is one of them, kind of a little bit on hold. So is it fair to these people? And then my other question is, why are we paying for the EIRs? I mean, like, why is that the city's deal to do that? I thought developers paid for EIRs.
They do, yeah. They pay
do,
for it,
okay.
but we control, the consultants work for us. They pay, all the developers do is pay the.
But you said we're paying for this one, right?
No, we're not paying for the EIR.
Oh, I thought you said we're paying for this one. Okay.
No, we own the document. It's our document, right? We're responsible for what's in it.
Okay, well, but again, it's not, where are the height limitations? Where are, there's just a lot of missing components to this. I mean, we're throwing stuff out at you right now, but it's not enough for me to approve this going forward. I want to see more meat and potatoes in here before I approve something like this.
If I just may add that the intent was that the specific plans would be where height limitations were placed, not in the overall vision. But so we presented at the study session some ideas on height a few months ago, and those were within each specific plan area. And we weren't looking to address height in this framework document because we saw that as more something that was neighborhood or area specific rather than something that sort of applied across the whole region.
I know, but the traffic element alone for the way we are developing out there, I understand the concept, but the thing is that the way this is laid out right now, we're affecting people like in pockets, and we need them for the connectivity. So how do we do that? And to me, is the traffic issue is the greater gridlock problem that we face out there. If you're going to add density, then you're adding to that, but how do we fix that? Do we come up with, you know, the shuttles or VTA or whatever? So I'm looking for a little bit more information before we can say this is the framework. It's almost like what we did when we had the thing that the gatekeeper. That needed to be so that we don't waste their time and they know what the restrictions would be or how they would look. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. So, but thank you anyway.
And if I could add, so on, I think attachment 2 on the report, we do try to get more specific at a higher level. For example, on mobility and circulation, we have 6 transformative strategies that include language related to transit, the Transportation Management Association, the shuttle system, the way we're going to design streets. And if council would like to move forward, we can certainly add a little more meat to that as we develop it. But just from a strategy perspective, we were trying to grab all those elements, how the transit fits, how the TMA fits, how a shuttle system could fit, how does design fit, how do we connect to the trails, and then later on, as we develop it, it would be further fleshed out. But if we get additional feedback, we could look at adding more strategies or putting more detail to the strategies that were part of the attachments. So we can do either way.
Okay, so Manuel, I would really like this to come back just a little bit more, if at all possible. I don't want to support the motion as is, but if you're willing to come back with some more depth to this, then I would be more comfortable with it.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Would you, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Councilmember Davis, and I was going to bring up the height and the density issue as well. And I know I spoke about transportation issues earlier. Would it be possible to accept the report but have an addendum that we incorporate your suggestions so that so that staff can then continue to work on it and bring it back to us?
I would ask the city manager and then add an addendum to the motion.
So under attachment, I think it's attachment 1 is the outline for the report. And then from here, from here, all of the policies and those sections will be drafted that will be turned back to the city council. So I'm not certain if perhaps that got lost in the conversation, but the report is focusing on what the outline will be and then the supporting materials that will follow within the outline. And so we will definitely have an opportunity to bring those to council, and you'll need to approve them or consider them or modify them.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay, so that would be the next part. I think just looking for more specifics, I don't know how you'll draft an EIR on such general guidelines, but also I know there's a lot of developers that are concerned about what we're doing right now because they're moving ahead in good faith in our specific plans, a lot of them that have spent a lot of time addressing the city's concerns and all of our concerns because we've had a lot of feedback on the council and into these specific plans, and now we're adding another element. So just, I really think it just needs to be, as Councilmember Chahal said, more specific as to what are we talking about. I don't know how you can ignore density or building heights or any of those kinds of things if you're developing a framework. So I feel like we need to be discussing all those things if we're going to build an overall framework for North Santa Clara. I'm just concerned that a lot of these projects have been approved already, like the Great American Master Plan and the big related project. They've been approved. So when we're talking about overall, I'm hoping that they'll still work with us in terms of overall transportation for the area and other things, but they have approved projects, and I know many are also, getting towards the end of the Tasmanie specific plan and other things. So that's my concern. I don't mind moving this forward. I just want to be able to weigh in on some of the most important parts of developing a framework. Vice Mayor Mahan, you have more comments? I don't know if your light's on again.
So, and we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this whole area is still subject to the general plan, and that does have some densities and heights and all of those already built into it. So, but I'm happy to amend the motion or accept the amendment to the motion that was offered, because if we don't accept this report, then staff work on this just stops. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I mean, we still have direction to go prepare the specific plan. I think the.
Well, no, I mean this framework.
I'm sorry, the
work.
framework.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
I think the
incorporates-
intent was just to get input on, is this the right table of contents for the framework tonight? And so that's what, this is it's a report to the council on what that is, and we're taking your
So
input.
then perhaps my motion then would be to, with that friendly amendment, to accept the report as presented by staff and direct staff to come back to the council at each step of the way to to add the council, or to add policies to each of these framework.
Yeah, I think it's
Trying to
very
think
clear
of
that we
what's the
should.
right language?
Yeah. I think
I
it's
think
very
we
clear
know
that we should
the
address
intent.
height and density whenever we come back next to the council.
Well, it could be height, it could be density, but it could be parklands. It could be a lot of different policy decisions to be made. So to accept the report so that work can continue, and then direct staff to bring back to the council more of the specifics for each policy of the framework.
Okay, that's a motion.
I would second that with the comment that I think staff has heard all our comments. So I'm taking notes, so that's good.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, but we want to go to the public. City Attorney, is this an official public hearing, or it's under public hearing? It says public hearing on there, so, okay.
Was this noticed as a public hearing?
Was this
It was
noticed
noticed
as a public hearing? It says public hearing right on the
It
front.
was noticed as a public
Noticed as a
hearing?
public hearing,
Okay.
so the public hearing is open. Thank you. Do we have any cards? Okay, seeing none, if anyone would like to speak, please come forward.
Suds Jane. I like the idea of a framework because I believe that the aggregate traffic from all the specific area plans, Tasman East, City Place, Freedom Circle, Patrick Henry, Kylie, will crush Great America and Tasman boulevards. So I fully agree with Councilmember Chahal. I believe in metrics, and we should have a metric for how many aggregate housing units do we want in this framework. How many aggregate jobs? What should be the aggregate jobs to housing ratio? How many, the number of parks and the acreage of the parks, schools, the amount of retail that we want. We should have targets in this plan. And I would like to see a senior center as part of this plan because I think our current senior center requires people to drive long distances to get to it. And so also, this covers a substantial amount of the city. So I know that our general plan is pretty substantially out of date. When is the city going to update its general plan rather than doing piecemeal specific area plans? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. Betsy Magus. I don't have notes on this one, but I am glad that we are taking the opportunity to look at transportation in general. I work in this region, and it's sliced in half by Great America Parkway, it's sliced in half by Tasman, and it's bounded by Lafayette and some other major corridors. One of the patterns that I've seen, and I've mentioned this before, is that we build a neighborhood to be walkable and bikeable. We have several already, and we're building several more, and they're hemmed in by these enormous streets. And I think, as soon as you need to cross one of those streets, you're not going to want to walk and bike very far. And as soon as your child needs to cross one of those streets, they're going to be driven to school. So I think it's very important to look at this area and its transportation as a whole picture, because when you plan transportation in terms of one development or one building, you might get a chunk of a trail or one stoplight or something, and not the bigger picture.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing? Please register your vote. Is that a yes? Okay. So that passes unanimously. Thank you. And we have Vice Mayor Mahan's motion on the floor, and I believe there was a second. Yes. Nora, do you have that motion to be repeated? Thank you.
Yes, so as I heard it, it's approved.
Can you speak up into the,
Yes.
thank you. I can't
Approve
hear.
staff recommendation and return to council with more specifics of the framework.
Staff recommendation with council more specifics on the framework.
On the framework, yes.
That's the motion, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, it was to accept the report, allow the staff to move forward with the framework, but to bring back to council to add specific policies to each of the framework
Thank you.
policies. Yeah.
Okay, and there's this, I don't know who had the second. Okay, any discussion on that motion, council? Seeing none? Okay, please register your vote. Thank you, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, council, that was a good discussion. Thank you, Mr. Crabtree and staff and city manager and assistant city managers. Thank you. There's a lot of work going into that. All right, next we have discussion and direction on the Freedom Circle specific plan and general plan amendment for the Gray Star development application. Yes, welcome back.
Thank you. Just here. Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development, and we'll jump right in. So we were just talking about the North Santa Clara area, and within that area, we have the Freedom Circle specific plan that we're currently in the process of preparing. It was initiated. The process was initiated when Gray Star Development Company filed an application on the project site that's shown here just north of 101 on the west side of the creek there, abutting Freedom Circle south of Mission Boulevard. And we, in the City Council, in considering that general plan amendment early in the process, directed staff to go forward with preparation of the specific plan for the larger area in August of 2018. So with that direction, we engaged consultant and started the specific plan preparation process. Just by timeline, the general plan amendment that was filed by Gray Star was filed in 2017. That remains an application on file with the city. It was in July of 2017 the council directed us to go prepare the specific plan. More recently, we did receive, at that time, we received correspondence from Irvine Company, who owns a large property adjacent, that they would like to see to prepare a specific plan that would include their property as well as the Gray Star site. And so that was part of the discussion that the council had in deciding to launch the specific plan. So in 2018, August, the city entered into an agreement with Gray Star Development Company, Irvine Company, and Sobrato Organization to fund the preparation of the specific plan. That implements a general plan policy that says specific plans can be funded by developers if they're sort of responding to a project application that they've submitted. More recently, in May of this year, city received a letter from Irvine requesting that they withdraw from the specific plan, and then per the terms of the funding agreement, we met with Gray Star, Irvine, and Sobrato to discuss next steps. Sobrato also then submitted a letter saying that they would like to withdraw from the specific plan. So following the funding agreement terms, the city refunded to Sobrato and Irvine the unspent portions of the money they had each contributed to the city at this point for the specific plan effort. And I'll just mention at this point, under the terms of the funding agreement, any one party could withdraw at any point. and then the remaining parties to decide if they want to continue the process funding it themselves. So some of the work that we've completed so far, we've sort of done sort of the groundwork in terms of initial studies that you do, identifying environmental conditions as they exist today. We've started outreach process. We've had a couple of stakeholder meetings, community workshop. We had the earlier study session that we mentioned, but we haven't really begun preparation of the EIR yet, as we're still developing the project description. So as it is today, we have three alternatives for how we could go forward that we're seeking direction from the council as to what is the council's preferred approach going forward. So we could continue with preparation of the specific plan as previously directed by council. Greystar could fund the entire effort under the current funding agreement we have. So that would be a relatively straightforward approach. And we would certainly continue to engage other property owners in the specific plan area in the process. But we also want to acknowledge that that we've received the letters from the two requesting that they be withdrawn from the process. The second alternative is that we could prepare a focus area, a future focus area in lieu of the specific plan, and then continue to process the general plan amendment for Greystar. And then the third is that we could discontinue work on the specific plan or other planning efforts more generally and just continue with the review of the Greystar general plan amendment application. So alternative one, just some details around that. The specific plan could go forward fully funded by Greystar, or if the city prefers, a mix of city and Greystar funding if we want to assert more control over the process in that way. But Greystar is prepared, I believe, to fully fund it if that's the approach. As mentioned, Irvine and Sobrato have requested that they not be included in the specific plan. So we would need to address that concern. This specific plan, the outcome at the end of the process is a very detailed plan document with lots of information about architecture, land uses, and so forth. So we would end up, if we went forward with this process, with something very detailed. And as mentioned, we would certainly work with the other property owners in the area to see what we could do to address their concerns in that process. Alternative number two, with a little bit more detail, if we go forward with preparing the possible designation of this area as a future focus area, that would, the outcome of that would be a general plan designation across the area that indicates the city anticipates future growth of some mix of housing, commercial uses in the area above what the general plan currently supports. There would be some policies that would go into our general plan at a very high level that speak to how that, what are the objectives for that future development should we go forward with implementing the future focus area. It would provide some benefit in that we could continue to do sort of the comprehensive analysis of the expected, anticipated infrastructure needs if and when that area redevelops. We could continue to process the Greystar General Plan Amendment application in the context of the focus area and look at how we can try to connect it with other land uses around it through that process. The focus area itself would provide some program level CEQA clearance for other development, and then we would really just focus on the Greystar application and making sure that has the complete project level CEQA review. And then just a little more detail on alternative three. It does have the benefit of avoiding additional work. We have plenty to do, so we could focus on other activities if we didn't have to invest time in the specific plan or focus area policies. We would just be evaluating the Greystar project as a standalone application. And there is, I guess, the alternative to it as part of that council could ultimately decide not to proceed with that amendment application. So staff's recommendation is to proceed with alternative two, the designation of the focus area. We think that allows us the most benefit in terms of sort of comprehensive planning, continue to do comprehensive planning. We don't see a lot of value in preparing a specific plan at this point if the property owners aren't interested in being part of that. But we do see value in having still a coordinated set of land use policies and objectives for the larger area. And so with that, staff's available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe and then Councilmember Davis after that.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Andrew. There's definitely a lot of work going on in this area. Just a question, was there any concern with Sobrato or Irvine with the height of the Gray Star project that you know of?
I've not heard that either one of them had a concern per se with the Gray Star project. And as you heard alluded to earlier, we did hear at one point from Irvine that the proposed density ranges across the whole area were higher than what they were interested in developing. But we never heard them speak to the Gray Star project.
Okay. And I know Sobrato has gone ahead and they are developing the property, I think it's a tech center. I drive by there all the time.
Right. So I'm pointing out both Irvine and Sobrato own existing office developments in this area. And they've both communicated that they're going to invest back into those projects. I know Sobrato's moving forward now with some fairly significant refacing, upgrading of that existing building that they see, having several years of life ahead of it.
Okay, and then they're all going all the way out to Great America Parkway, is that correct? Like Mission Boulevard all the way out to Great America Parkway?
The Sobrato project goes all
Yes.
the way, yeah, they own the land all the way out to Great America, across the north side of Mission there.
Okay, okay. Well, based on, I mean, everything, the alternatives that you've shared, and just considering the other two, I'd like to make a motion to go with staff recommendation for alternative number 2.
Okay, it's a motion. And there's a second. Councilmember Davis, then Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had some questions. Let's see. Andrew, in the staff report under alternative number 2, there was a question about transportation and MTC funding. What is the timeline on that one? When the next round of MTC funding, when would you know about that for transportation?
So we're a couple years out. I don't know if we have the specific date, but MTC is currently in the process of allowing cities to propose new priority development areas. And that's this fall, winter timeframe that we would be potentially coming to council in probably in early 2020 if the city identifies some new areas. And then if an area is identified, then the intent is, in a couple more years when MTC has more, the next sort of big pool of funding available, you could submit for those kinds of transportation projects. So there's a couple of years and some process ahead of us.
Okay, so we're not really relying on MTC funding for this project then?
Not for the planning effort, no, not at all.
Okay, thank you. And then under option 3, the traffic impact, is this still, I haven't seen the Gray Star project in a while. Is this a lot of residential? Is this mixed use? I mean, what is their proposal?
So the application initially submitted by Gray Star was mixed use, included some office and residential. They have not submitted a revised plan to us at this point, but they have communicated they're really more interested primarily in the residential piece at present in pursuing that.
So they just want to build housing and take out the mixed use?
That's my understanding, yeah, for their current thoughts, but they haven't submitted anything formally to us.
Was there a guesstimate on residential? How many units?
My recollection is around 1,000, but they really don't have a number. They've indicated something in the 100 units to the acre density range, but they're really, I think, they would say evaluating what the best project is for them at this point.
Okay, so that will be coming back. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill, and then Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you, Mayor. So Andrew, in alternative 2, it does mention, about that we would go ahead with if Greystar, if they're continuing, that they would need a general plan amendment. So without having this specific plan, and before we do like a focus area and some other changes, potentially in a next phase of the general plan, since, as you well know, and for the public, it was a phased general plan that had like review and checkpoints before we went into from one phase to the next, which we haven't been the most diligent about doing those checkpoint meetings. But if Sobrato or Irvine wanted then to do something different, they would then have to come for a general plan amendment if they wanted to do something that doesn't comply. So that it's kind of a little bit of a, maybe they figured that that's an easier path to follow or something. If like I said, if that's correct, that if they want to do something, change the course of what they've got there, then they will also have to go through a general plan amendment process. And in a way, they then are a little bit more at risk of, do we like it or not?
Right, that's correct. I mean, if we designate it as a future focus area, that may give them a justification for requesting general plan amendment. But if we don't prepare the specific plan, then they will have to do their own general plan amendment at some point in the future if they want to change their land uses.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes. When I read through the letter from Sobrato and Irvine, they didn't really indicate why they pulled out. But I was curious if Greystar, if they've been, I will say when I read through the report before I looked at the recommendation, I was leaning towards also alternative 2. Saw that was the recommendation as well from staff. Has Greystar been contacted? Have they made any comment back as to these possibilities or any reaction to the pulling out by Sobrato and Irvine?
As mentioned, we didn't meet with all 3 parties at once, and then we've had some follow-up conversations with Greystar as well. So, they're well aware of the situation, and I think they're supportive of the approach of going forward with the focus area.
Okay.
As well.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is my dilemma here. Like on the one side, we are planning to have a city north framework, and now we are going to specific plan to be approved under that without formalizing the North City framework as such. Like we are contradicting ourselves. Okay, we are planning to do the broader picture, but now we are trying to approve a specific plan for within that region. So how does that go? Like how we are balancing out these 2 items, basically?
Yeah. So really the specific plan or focus area plan is what is the primary driver, and that's where we're going to do most of the planning work. And then the intent would be anything that, as we go through that process, we think really should be dealt with at a more regional level, we would push into the framework plan. But the primary vehicle is the specific plan or focus area effort that we started with.
But as we discussed, when it comes to be approving a specific plan, like we know the issues we are facing overall in the regional level, like the traffic and other stuff. So how do we fit those? And I do commend Commissioner Serge Jane's comments, like, okay, I think it's a time to look at like a general plan review, basically, so that we don't have these issues on the regional basis and other stuff. So that can give us a much broader picture. Okay, that's what we want to do. And each of the developers will find out, okay, yeah, this is what I'm supposed to do in this general plan after the review is there. So I'm a bit confused about what we are trying to do on the item number 3 and item number 4. They seem to be contradictory to each other. Like on one side, we are trying to make a bigger framework and then put some guidelines together, and then we are at the same time we are trying to approve a specific plan on that. Those are just my comments on that.
Well, there's certainly no intent that they be contradictory. the specific plan is more down into the details of a specific area. Something like what we've actually done this before is that, we'll put a condition in that new development contribute towards some sort of regional transportation management activity that we want to see going on. And then, the framework could be the place where we design that or describe what that should be, so that, the two can work together and play slightly different roles, but they're definitely meant to be complementary efforts to each other.
So that's exactly what I'm asking, like, what are the conditions we're trying to put them as a regional traffic management point of view when we don't even have designed those on the broader framework? Like, if we have those and we put those conditions to this particular specific plan, I'd be happy about that. Oh, okay, we are imposing these traffic mitigation measure, we're imposing the TDM measure, we are imposing number of units we want over there and other stuff.
I mean, maybe it's helpful to think about each specific plan or focus areas like a neighborhood. It's its own little neighborhood that should have its own parks and retail and all those things. And then it's also part of a bigger community where there are some things that are shared. And those things that are shared are addressed in the framework.
Yeah, but if we do not give them those broader framework, how will developer come with the solution to our broader framework? That's my point. If we have to give them a broader framework first, and then the developer come, oh, okay, you asked this is the way I can fulfill this in my project, basically. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel like we were, I feel like we were back 3 years ago when we first started talking about the Gray Star project, and we had the discussion of putting residential in that area, and it was sort of isolated, and we ended up going through the specific plan and including all these other property owners, which was going to make it a little bit more inviting and more of a master planning type of situation. But I think that we ended up losing two of the major players in the specific plan, and it looks like they're going to invest heavily in office development. So I don't know if we'll ever get those properties back, at least in the near term. So we're back down to one project, which is, again, in my opinion, an isolated residential project in a business area. So I'm okay with alternative 2. I just want to look at, make sure that we start to look at how that particular project fits in with everything else out there, and the possibility of development now of the Irvine properties and the Sobrato properties and the Marriott property and others. And is it going to stay all business out there? And if so, are we going to isolate residential out there in that little corner? So I'm just making those comments because when you see everything around this particular project, it's all office. So I'll go ahead and approve it. It's going to go through its regular process, but I was told that the reason that some of the developers backed out was the concern that we were asking for development that was too high density, more than they were all ever willing to move ahead with. So I want us to be sensitive to the fact that we can ask for, 200 units per acre, but if the market's not there, we're going to all fail in terms of getting the, much needed residential that we need in our community. So I want to make sure that not only are we in tune with the land use issues in the area, but we also need to be in tune with what the market is telling us, what can actually be built. So I think this is an unfortunate result of us not being in tune with the market in that area and what the developers were telling us, but we weren't listening. So I think that I'm okay with looking at this as a focus area. It'll have to be rolled in with our new framework, whatever that ends up being, and we'll have to move ahead with that. So there's a motion and a second on the floor. I'm going to ask, is there, Assistant City Clerk, any cards from the audience? All right, did I already ask it? Oh, if anybody would like to speak on this issue, please come forward. Seeing none, We have a motion and a second for option 2, alternative 2. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, our next item on the agenda is action on petition requesting an item to be added to a future council agenda to proclaim section of El Camino as Koreatown. Assistant City Manager Chikata, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Tonight, we have before you, we brought back the request, a petition from Mr. Ken Kim to add an item to a future City Council agenda. So the last time we brought this forward was in March of this year. At that time, the council requested additional information from both city staff and the petitioner before it considered whether or not that the council wanted to add the item to a future agenda. So as a review, the information that the council requested from staff was some history as to the last time the request of naming a portion of El Camino as Koreatown came forward, and what were the actions of the council at that time. The council also asked for specific information from the petitioner, including a signed petition of the names and addresses of the businesses that supported the redesignation of a portion of El Camino as Koreatown, and then additional information about the proposed district itself. What were the boundaries, the percentage of the businesses that were Korean businesses, and then any other additional information that would support the request. So we located minutes, letters, memos, and news articles from 2006. All of that information is included in your packet. And more specifically, just as a high-level overview, at that time, the Korean Chamber of Commerce came in and asked for a portion of El Camino to be designated as Koreatown, and they asked for some specific things to help the Korean American merchants post English signs, to mount signs on El Camino Real, the freeways designating and pointing people to Koreatown. Erect some kind of community symbol, and then to hire police officers who spoke Korean. Okay, and I just lost here we go. So following that request in January of 2007, the council approved the Economic Development Committee's recommendations, which included having some signage that was privately proposed, and asking the businesses to fund its signage, and then recognizing the Korean American businesses as part of the city's business recognition program, which was active at the time. The council also issued a proclamation, and it expressed its interest to continue to work with the Korean American community on its business relationships, and encouraged merchants to post signs in English and Korean. So as far as the petitioner's follow-up, so we had, the reason why this item is taken a bit to come back to council, we've been working with the petitioner about the petition itself that the council requested, meaning the businesses signing and saying it supported the redesignation to Koreatown. At this point in time, at the time that we submitted the agenda packet, the petitioner requested that he bring the petition to the council, present to the council himself tonight, so it's not part of your packet. And then so what we got in lieu of that was a listing of Korean businesses that are located on El Camino Real, which is in your agenda packet, and the proposed boundaries, which would be from on El Camino from Halford to Kylie. So your potential actions tonight would be to grant the petitioner's request and add it to a future city council meeting, to not add the topic to a city council meeting, or whatever alternate action you so desire. That's it. Mr. Kim?
Mr. Kim is
here in
here.
the audience.
Thank you, and I want to, with those boundaries, this would be in District 3 and 4, so at Councilmember Hardy and Councilmember O'Neill, which either side of the El Camino. So we're going to be listening for your comments. Welcome, Mr. Kim.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor. Last meeting, Councilman Hardy asked Chamber of Commerce to come up with the signed petition, which I worked very hard. I've got the 95 signatures here. And I started out initially about 180 lists, but then after scrutinizing, between the Halford and also Kylie, and also some businesses going out of business since the list of about 2 years old. And I mailed out about like 130 with self-addressed and self-stamped envelope. It was very costly to this little Chamber of Commerce. And so I've got this many came back, and it shows about 70%. So I thought that's a very...
You can give those to the city clerk as well.
Of course I will.
Thank you.
In fact, that I don't need this anymore. And so I met the Councilman Hardy's request and requirements, and also that evening, the Councilman O'Neill asked me any historical value behind. Koreans are late arrival, as you know. We are pretty lucky compared to Chinese and Japanese. And so we don't really have much of a deep root, but this is purely for economic enhancement on the part of the city and the Korean Merchant Association. And there's no other reasons that I can back to this endeavor. So I'm here, and of course the manager, Ruth, did pretty good research about like what was done about 10 years ago or 12 years ago. And of course I will submit this to, and I have a directory here, the number corresponding with the signature. Any other questions you have that I'll be glad to answer?
Council? Councilmember Hardy, do you have questions, comments? Yes.
I do want to see the petition. You handed me a brochure, and of course you mentioned food, so you had my attention. And I was looking at this, but I was a little confused because this is my neighborhood, and I live very close to here. And I found some mistakes on your map.
Oh, well, it's...
and there's also a lot of things missing. And I'm a little confused. There are different restaurants that are listed as being on El Camino, but yet on your map they are put in different places off El Camino. And then there's a few that are listed that aren't you don't have a place on the map. So I was going to compare this against the petition, and so now I'm very confused.
Well, can you be specific about particular...
I circled them.
Or you
I can give it
circled
back to you.
So in other words, this is something we cannot discuss to solve it now.
Right. I'll have to
you
hand
will
it
let
to you.
me know, we'll see what it is.
This was just a cursory look at it, so I'm a little worried about your editing, or who helped you.
Well, it was done by top volunteer. Actually, I did it myself, and
Okay. Then I'll talk to the
it took a
editor.
while to complete.
I believe you.
But anyway, this is something that first ever printed in our community. So in that regard, and I think I should be complimented. You know what I'm despite, you see. And also, you always have to call first, like Yelp, before you head it out to that restaurant.
And I had the question also that I know of at least 3 Korean restaurants, barbecues specifically, on Benton, but you were just only asking for El Camino. And then you also have listed the Mongolian barbecue.
Right.
And I wonder if someone moved Mongolia and I didn't know about it.
Well, I know the owner. He is an investment immigrant, and somehow he ended up opening up that restaurant. I don't know whether he bought it or he, brand new something. But the Mongolian, I guess, there are also some Japanese restaurant on El Camino. It might be included in this one. But its ownership is by Korean ethnic.
Well, I was just wondering because from a geography point of view, I know where Mongolia is and I know where Korea is, so.
I want to, excuse me, I want to remind everyone, this is just an action whether or not we want to put it on the agenda.
Yeah.
Is that?
So we've got some
That's what we're
concerns.
doing, right?
Do we have the petition? Did you hand that to the clerk so we could see that?
Again, you're dealing with the very fragile Chamber of Commerce. we only have about a couple $1,000 in the account. I've got a few more restaurants, even though there's some, I will update it and present it.
Biggest one in the city. All right, Councilmember Hardy, do you want to look at that while Vice Mayor Mahan makes her comments? Okay, Vice Mayor
Actually,
Mahan.
I would want to make a motion. My motion would be to have this come back as a topic on a future council agenda with some stipulations. Because if you recall, many of us, or some of us, were around when this was first introduced many years ago, and there was quite a backlash at that time.
Right.
And I think probably circumstances and times have changed since that time, I'm hoping. However, there's a couple of things I think the council needs to know. I would like to know what all of the businesses along that strip feel. I don't know if the city can do some outreach, but perhaps we can do just a simple outreach via mail or email or something, or through the Chamber of Commerce or something like that. And I'd also like to know what Sunnyvale's doing on just the other side of this stretch of El Camino, because, the area that is predominantly a lot of Korean-owned businesses extends further to the west along that portion of El Camino that's in Sunnyvale. So if there's something we can do cooperatively with Sunnyvale to demarcate that area, that would be something I might be interested in. So my motion is simply to bring it back to a future council meeting with perhaps more information about outreach and how the businesses feel along there, whether the city do it or your chamber do it or we do it in conjunction somehow.
City of Sunnyvale, of course, we are struggling to convince City of Santa Clara Council to recognize.
All right, Mr. Kim, I'm really not asking for an answer now, because I think all this needs to be studied a little bit and brought back to us with a lot more detail.
Glad
and you can
to-
let us know then what
Glad to work with the City of Sunnyvale, and
what you found out from
that there's
Sunnyvale.
one bank and one large supermarket just above the Halpert. Yeah. Mhm. Did I answer your question to you, Councilman Mayor? Okay, good.
We're not here to get answers per se. We're just trying to agendize it for a future council meeting, and we would want to get a lot more answers at that future council meeting.
Sure. By the way, you were mayor at that time, in 2007 or
I
whatever. when
recall.
the first time was. Yeah,
I
okay.
recall, yes.
So can I ask Vice Mayor Mahan something? Because I remember back at that time, I wasn't on the council, but I remember the backlash from some other members of our community and other groups in our community. I'm wondering, are you asking the staff to start doing work on this,
Oh,
or just to
no.
put it on the agenda? Because I personally would like to see a little more support for this.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And I
We
don't
need
see
to know.
evidence of that at this point, before we ask our staff to start
No, I'm not asking
doing
staff.
outreach. So that's why I'm
Yeah.
asking you, because I don't think that we've outreached this. I think we might get the same,
Well, I think putting it on the.
we might get the same
We might.
responses that we did back 12 years ago, which
Years
was
ago?
not a
Things have
good
changed.
response by naming certain areas of our city. So I would like to get a little more evidence of
which is why I think setting it
Yes.
for a future council meeting would, would allow us to get some of that support when the word gets out that this is what the city is considering doing. And hopefully people will be here and respond and, they can send us emails or whatever, but yeah.
I just didn't want to see our staff spending time and money
they've got
going
enough to do.
and maybe it's something we could get from our Chamber of Commerce. In
You
terms
mean
of,
support meaning?
meaning people supporting this concept of naming an area of our town.
I brought the signatures now.
Well, you brought them, but you didn't submit them ahead of, we haven't even had a chance to see them.
I
so-
understand. I understand. Yeah, I don't expect the council
Okay.
to vote on it tonight. And
So let's go down the council. Councilmember Watanabe, then Councilmember Davis, then Councilmember O'Neill. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I appreciate, Mr. Kim, you coming forward and bringing the signatures. I went through all the materials. I had just moved to Santa Clara when this issue came before the council back in 2006, so I wasn't familiar with it then. But in the last year, I actually was working with some folks there on Pomeroy off of El Camino that are right in that area where there's a concentration of Korean restaurants and businesses. And they actually just told me what had happened, some of the history in the neighborhood and their concerns. And because it's a very diverse, that particular street, Pomeroy, is a very diverse street. And my concern in this petition is just that Santa Clara is so diverse that we can't specifically say, or we can't create an enclave saying that this is where a certain group of people live or businesses, because everything is, to me, is just so spread out. And I'm, come from a background, my parents were both born in Ireland. I respect culture and diversity. But at the same time, I believe right now that, Santa Clarans do see this part of Santa Clara as, a Korean, designated as a Korean area, that it doesn't need a name to advertise it, or it doesn't need to be advertised in that way because people already see it in that respect. So, and I think that's a wonderful thing, just in itself, that people can say, oh, this is where all of, the Korean restaurants and businesses are. So, frankly, just based on reading all of the materials that were in our packet, and I appreciate everything that was shared with us. Honestly, Mr. Kim, I don't feel comfortable in supporting the motion or putting this on a later agenda. So those are my feelings. Thank you.
Well,
Councilmember, excuse me, Mr. Kim, Councilmember Davis, O'Neill.
Okay, so I remember I lived here when there was the backlash, and I believe it was from a lot of the Portuguese community because they have the SES hall and they're kind of not in a one central area. And I agree with Councilmember Watanabe. We all kind of live together here, and there really wasn't denoted any pocket. And to continue with the bandwidth and our staff, we already have staffing issues as it is. To me, this is a chamber issue. I really don't know how much our staff can take on, because I would really like to address the Korean community, and the Portuguese and the Japanese and the Italians and the Vietnamese and the Chinese. I need to be fair to everyone that lives in this community. So, I mean, if we're gonna take something like that on, then I would like to direct them to do it for everyone. So that's how I kind of look at this a little bit. We are so diverse that we just have so many people here that make the fabric of who we are in Santa Clara. And I just don't know if the staff can deal with this right now. It's a great idea. I think it's wonderful that we would address what we have and who is the spirit of our community. So that's how I look at this, Mr. Kim. It has nothing to do with, the petition itself. It's great. I read a lot of your things. I remember what happened. But I think the backlash was because, what about me? Where's my voice? So I don't know. I mean, I look at this as a staffing issue, but more so a chamber issue. Because that to me is economic development, and most of the people, and you do have your Chamber of Commerce, but our Chamber of Commerce also can help you, because when I look at the request, you wanted, I guess, us to pay for English signs, us to pay for mounted signs, and then a symbol, and then hire a Korean police officer who speaks Korean. That takes resources from the staff. So that's why I'm wondering if we should look at it down the line, or when we have time for the staff to say, we can take the bandwidth, we can handle this. So that's where my conflict is right now. I don't know what staff can or not do. You wrote a petition, you're requesting an agenda item. I don't know what their answer is. So that's just my general feeling on how this is going to go. But I really like to see it happen, but I don't know if we can do it at this time. So I just want to let you know how I felt about that.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Thank you, Mayor. So my feeling, I hear a lot of what my colleagues are saying, but to me, this isn't just a chamber issue. I mean, it's a community issue, and I very clearly remember what went on when the request initially came forward. And I don't recall so much the Portuguese. I mean, I think there were a number of groups. So a friend of mine whose parents are from China, and she, you know, and she says she's like the least Asian around, but she was one of the people who led, you know, some of the petitioning against it, because she felt that this could be divisive. And she wanted Santa Clara to be seen to be celebrating all of its cultures, and that it was an international community. And, you know, she kind of thought we were, you know, because she talked to me a lot about it at the time, that, you know, that we kind of have gotten past, you know, singling out. And I can, you know, some people probably are aware, down at the corner of, you know, Warburton and Lincoln Streets here in Santa Clara, I remember being a kid, as a child, and my mother, who was rather an art lover, was so excited because Santa Clara was getting a Benny Buffano statue. And the statue, and I said, hey, you know, in a way, Santa Clara was kind of ahead of its time. That the universal child, the statue that people think that weird looking metal thing that's down there at the corner. And, you know, the whole theme of that, and if you look at what's represented on the base of the statue, are children from representing all parts of the world. And, you know, so it made rather an impact on me, remembering my mother talk about how, you know, happy she was that statue was there. So, I mean, what I would rather see, and maybe it goes to the Cultural Commission or something, us to find a way, and we've done a little bit of this, to celebrate all our cultures, because on El Camino, yes, there are a lot of great Korean restaurants, and I've seen, I think it was the San Francisco Chronicle a few months ago had an article about going to Santa Clara and going to the Korean restaurants, but there are a number of great Japanese restaurants and Chinese restaurants and Indian. I mean, you know, we've got, and it's not just Indian, it's all the various regions of India, you know, and you know, there's a lot of great taquerias along El Camino, and people from different parts of Mexico and Latin America. So I don't want to put it, you know, and when I went back and reread all the correspondence. You know, I would rather see, do we work together to build, you know, another, you know, since most people don't know about Benny Buffano's Universal Child, maybe there's some kind of monument that when we're going to be redesigning Central Park, that in the master planning, that looks at some way to commemorate the cultures, maybe not of who came here 200 years ago, but who is here now, who is important to what the Santa Clara community is today. And, you know, and I remember we had a applicant for the Cultural Commission who came in to apply, and she had a copy of the city's activity guide. And on the copy of the activity guide was some young children that were depicted I believe it was in a type of Indian native dance, it's one of the Indian dance traditions. And she practically was in tears because she was so thrilled, I don't know if anybody else remembers this, that her community was being represented on the front of the activity guide, and that it was like a sign that, you know, her community and her culture was important, and the fact that it was being highlighted on the cover. So that's what I would rather see, if there's some way we can do that, because I think ultimately that's how we truly do celebrate all of our, the beautiful aspects of everyone's cultures, and come together and not have various groups saying, well, we have this many businesses, and to me, it shouldn't just be businesses, it should be what's the impact in the community. And I know last year we did have a Korea Day, and it was great to be exposed to a lot of the elements of Korean music and Korean dance, and I think those are the kinds of things that we should be putting the effort into. And and rather than letting maybe we have a model program, maybe the Cultural Commission or the Marketing Committee or somebody can look at, maybe we create a model of a sign that people can choose to put in, I would rather see it be called International Way or something. I think that's what they did in Oakland a number of years ago. Something like that, rather, and have a chance to, like tonight, we commemorated people of the Muslim tradition, and we've been trying to do that, highlighting more of the groups, and that's kind of my take at this point.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, ma'am. I do see, the communities have to build bridges among each other. And if this causes some friction between the other communities, I think it can be designed into a different way, like a monument. Like, some cities have sister city monuments, which depict all their sister cities, and all the sister cities monuments at one place. That can be one option to represent and give emphasis to different communities, different across the world, and something where city can contribute to, instead of one individual community. I think it onus falls on the we as a whole city to depict the diversity we are within the community. So I would take a different approach, as some of my council members did mention, to show our diversity and how to celebrate our diversity. And those are my thoughts. And I think we can do much better, and we can represent all of these communities under those monuments, or monuments, or Culture Commission can come up with a new idea of depicting what we can do. I know sometime back they were trying to do some global forum or something. That can be one a forum where we can highlight different communities, different sections of the society as such. And if there were some frictions in the past, we don't want to bring those things back again, to revive those. So good idea would be, let's learn from that and come up with a solution which is acceptable to each and every part of the city, each and every community of the city. Those are my further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you brought up a good point, just to remind everyone that we just invested in a friendship city in Incheon, South Korea. And we've just had quite a bit of activities revolving around that. And we're working also with Korean groups. They're looking at having another event in Santa Clara, a big event as well, that we're working on now. So we are invested in the Korean community. Sure. With our Friendship City, hoping to lead to have another flag up there to a new sister city within 3 years, to recognize and celebrate all the Korean people and businesses and the culture here in Santa Clara. So we are paying close attention to it, but I don't think we want to repeat the mistakes that happened back in 2006 and 2007. I think we want to move forward with something a lot more positive. And for me, I I would just like to see, I know there's so many ways we can celebrate our Korean population. That's just a couple ways with friendship cities and events the city has invested in and will continue to invest in with the Korean community. But in terms of naming areas of our city, I'm not in favor of naming a Korean area, a Portuguese area, an Italian area, a Chinese area, because we are so diverse in Santa Clara that we want everyone to feel welcome. And I just don't think we should spend a lot of time and effort. There's so many better ways we can develop our relationships and celebrate our businesses and everything else. So I'm not inclined to put this on the agenda. So Vice Mayor Mahan?
Yeah, this is all rather disappointing, and I'm sure it is for you, Mr. Kim, as well, to hear these comments. I located the article that was in the Chronicle not too long ago. I think it's the same one that Councilmember O'Neill was talking about. Interestingly enough, I mean, we know New York has a Koreatown, LA has a hugely successful Koreatown, Oakland has a Koreatown. And what's interesting in this article, it says San Francisco's trying to create a Koreatown and get a concentration of Korean restaurants, which is kind of the nub of a Koreatown. And it says in the article, so it's been hard to get good Korean food in San Francisco. That's why Korean chefs often head to Santa Clara or Oakland to get their Korean food fix. And it concludes by saying that finally they're getting some Korean restaurants in San Francisco. And finally, at last, it feels like a Koreatown in San Francisco. What we're missing, I think, is the cultural import of having something called a Koreatown, because it means something to our Korean community. And it's something that should be celebrated. And it doesn't mean that any other group is demeaned or neglected or forgotten. It just means that this is what organically grows up to be a Koreatown. And we have it in Santa Clara. I know that our Koreatown is known in Korea, and that people come and, come to our area and face it, people call it Koreatown already. And I just think we're missing a very important cultural aspect of our city. And it's not to say that we couldn't also have a Portuguese town like San Jose has a Portuguese town. We know where the Portuguese are concentrated. It's in the Old Quad area, where the SES halls are. So I just, doesn't look like my motion's going to pass, Mr. Kim, and I'm sorry for that, because I think Santa Clara has become more sophisticated than it was, 12 years ago. We certainly have a lot more millennials and people who understand these kinds of cultural areas, and they look for them. My son lives in San Diego. It proudly advertises its different areas, and people go there for different things. They go to Little Italy, they go to, so it's creating some neighborhood atmosphere, and it's creating a destination for people to go to when they know this is Koreatown, this is Portuguese, this is Little Italy, this is what it is, and we celebrate the culture. But I think we should consider it. I think things have changed. I think if we got input, the results could be different, but it doesn't look like it's going to go that way, Mr. Kim. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Hardy and then Watanabe.
Thank you. Well, I'm a numbers person, so I've been going through this as quick as I can. So there may be a few mistakes. I counted over 40 businesses on your list that were within that area, you said, that did not sign the petition. I also found approximately 41 businesses that were outside of that area, according to the address you've given me. Some of them just barely outside of that area that you were suggesting. 2 were from Los Altos, 1 was from San Jose, and 7 were in Sunnyvale. So what I wanted to see was a preponderance of the businesses in that area that wanted to do this. And I'm seeing some support for it, but I'm confused over some of the addresses that are outside of that, why that was left off. I know of some that are outside that area, but then there were a bunch within that area that did not sign it. That's where I get concerned. I like the idea of working with the Chamber of Commerce and coming up with something, working with you on this. How's that? Over Korean barbecue.
Well, certainly that maybe can be done. And you know, well, I need the mayor's permission to speak. Am I go ahead and do? I first have to hear
I
everybody.
just try to go through the council first. Next is Councilmember Watanabe, and if nobody turns their light on, then yes, you can speak. Otherwise, we're going to continue up here until everybody's done.
Sure.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll make this quick. Just, I want to point out, if you look at Google Maps and you look at Santa Clara and you actually look at El Camino there by Lawrence, there's actually a designation that says Koreatown. I don't know how it ended up on there, but there is a designation.
Yeah.
So if people did look at a map of Santa Clara, they would see Koreatown. But the other thing, I would just, if the motion is being withdrawn, I'd like to make an alternative motion that directing staff to come up with an alternative based on some of the suggestions that have been made here tonight, whether it be through some designation in one of our parks, because we're improving our parks and we're looking for placemaking, opportunities for placemaking. Maybe we can do something involving placemaking that would incorporate, the diversity of our community and find a way to, embrace what Santa Clara represents. So I'd like to make that motion to direct staff. Or the,
You want to kick it to the culture?
I said staff. I said staff, but maybe staff could reach out to the Cultural Commission as well. But I would just like to make that motion.
There's a motion on the floor already.
There wasn't a second.
Yeah, there was.
There's another motion on the floor now.
I thought Karen did second it already.
There was a motion with no second,
No,
so
there
there's
was
no
no
motion.
Thought you
So
seconded
now
it.
there's another motion. Is there a second on this motion?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and second on this motion. Assistant City Clerk, did you get that motion? Okay. Does everybody understand the motion that's on the floor?
Yes.
Now?
It's a staff
Referral to look at other ways to.
Yes.
So I just want to
Yeah.
remind the city council that that's not the action on your agenda this evening, and the policy requires whether you want to put it on and schedule for further deliberations. So you may want to just waive your policy, or you may want to have it formally put on the agenda, and we can bring that information back in terms of what are some ideas that come to mind.
Let's follow our policy, and then I'm looking for a motion to formally put this on the agenda to have other discussion, the same discussion again.
So moved.
Next time it's going to be on the.
Because that's the only action we can take tonight. All right, Mr. Kim, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Well, the Vice Mayor Mahan, you recall, in fact, that the Ruth also stated, however, didn't say much about the community outcry against the naming of Koreatown back in 2007, right? I wasn't with the Chamber of Commerce. I was away from it because even though I'm a founder of this Chamber of Commerce, and there is a attorney president who made that plea to the City Council. And quite a bit of a community outcry against the idea of naming Koreatown at that time. And apparently the Chamber of Commerce at that time asked City quite a bit of funding to pay for this and that and whatever. And this time, I'm a CEO of President Chamber of Commerce situation. I'm not asking any city to pay anything. There's no fiscal impact upon city at all. You see, if you Googled up Koreatown, Santa Clara, there's pages and pages of publicity tsunami. Only city of Santa Clara is not recognizing it, even though the Councilman Watanabe said if you look up the map, it says Koreatown on the El Camino and Lawrence Expressway. I didn't think it's a very civilized way to deal with that Korea town. Now, I would like to say this: I think the number of businesses in El Camino, Korea-owned businesses outnumber any other ethnic ownership. I think city must be able to come up with the comparison. And I am banking on the size of the Korean commerce. And that's what my position is. And I'm not asking any city fund to assist them. All I am saying is to recognize city as a Koreatown, just the way that many other media did already, like Google, for example. And if name Koreatown is so provocative, your council worried about maybe Koreans will slice the El Camino and then take it back to South Korea. You know, maybe we consider doing something like Korean business district. I think the Robert Howe was suggested in one of those blurb. And you know, in the city of San Francisco, the Mission District is named as the Mexican Business District. And of course, certainly we consider putting some sort of monument, some obvious place. I am on the El Camino Development Committee. I've been attending this religiously, and it's going to be very beautiful thoroughfare, trees and pedestrian friendly and bicycles and et cetera, and or something that we can designate 1 week or maybe 1 month, the Korea Week. Put a flag on it and come to El Camino and eat Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. I think we can look at other ways, but I'm going to, thank you for submitting this information. I was looking at this article from 2007, and what the council did at the time was they unanimously approved a proclamation recognizing the Korean community and talked about it being a good compromise in terms of having other events with the Korean community. And it said that more than 3,000 business owners and residents had signed a petition supporting the idea. But the proposal met with a firestorm of opposition from residents and officials who argued the designation singled out one ethnicity and seemed exclusive rather than inclusive. And there was all kinds of signatures and petitions against it, and it was standing room only city council meeting that met with a lot of opposition. But one of the things that is interesting, they talked about that the Korean Chamber of Commerce request required Caltrans approval, that Caltrans regulations prohibit signs that advertise private businesses on a public right-of-way. At least twice, the city asked Caltrans to consider the Chamber's request, but was turned down, said Deputy City Manager Carol McCarthy. So I'm just wondering, I don't know how that ended up, but there was, you know, a lot of issues involved in it, and you've given us some of the historical background as to what happened then. But I think there's other things that we can do. But right now, just to move this forward, we have a motion to place it on the agenda for further discussion and a second. Any other discussion on that by the council? Anybody else in the audience would like to speak? Councilmember O'Neill, do you have some final comments? I have your name here.
Kind of lost track of what I was going to say. Well, one of the things I wanted to say is that while I'm looking to see if we could do something else, and if the motion is to have some further discussion and not necessarily have it be a strip of El Caminos, because what's different about our El Camino, and this is some of the challenges that we faced in even developing a specific plan for it, is the El Camino is not like Chinatown in San Francisco or even Japantown in San Francisco or Little Portugal or whatever, because it's like a state highway with it's like a 5-mile long strip mall. To me, it's not the same, you know, it would be different if we had, you know, like the Little Portugal area off of Santa Clara Street in San Jose. I mean, that you know, was kind of like a neighborhood where there were a lot of immigrants from Portugal that lived in a number of folks that still live there, and it was more of a neighborhood community. And I don't, to me, having El Camino called to Koreatown, I mean, to me, it's not really that same kind of thing. I suppose if we wanted to call it a business district or something else, but I would rather see us do something a little more imaginative. But part of my feeling is the El Camino is, as I said, a state highway.
Thank you. Mr. Kim, if we can allow the public to speak, please. You have someone behind you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Thank you for your time. I just want to acknowledge Mr. Kim as a very passionate man, a business person that is truly interested in enhancing the economics in the area, and I think he should be applauded for that. He is definitely climbing a mountain here, but I think there's a way to minimize this mountain, and Councilmember O'Neill and Councilmember Davis have kind of alluded to it. I've talked to Mr. Kim about it, and he's had some agreement on it, and I think maybe the thing to do is look at this as an international district, but be a bit bold in doing that and make it an iconic welcoming to Santa Clara, because truly we have a very diverse culture. We have a very diverse population. My business included has teams that play soccer in it from all over the world. Bosnians, Croatians, Serbians, Italians, French, Koreans, and Japanese. So point being is, I think the international district is something to really consider, and perhaps have the Koreatown or the Korean population be as one of the founding members of it, which would give a good acknowledgement as well, while at the same time being able to accommodate the true interest in an international district there. So that would be my suggestion. I've talked to Mr. Kim about it. I like the way that you're going with it, and it's perhaps something that everybody can get around it in the community. So unless there's any questions.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, so we have a motion and a second on the floor to add this to the agenda at a future council meeting. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. To be continued. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kim. All right, next we have action on Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee recommendation regarding council drafting a letter for the preservation of the Freedom Bridge. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. So the Freedom Bridge is a bridge that is along the Santa Tomas Aquino Creek Trail in between 101 and Mission College Boulevard. And so just a little background on this, the Valley Water District had instructed Intel through a letter to remove the bridge. Intel originally had constructed it through a Valley Water permit. There was a lot of pushback through the bicycle and ped community in regards to that, and had raised the issue of trying to preserve that bridge. This came up in the BPAC meeting. Ultimately, BPAC made a recommendation to bring something forth to council to try and get council to endorse a letter to the Valley Water District to preserve the bridge. And so the history of the Freedom Bridge is Intel did construct that in the 90s, and so that was a connection between their main campus and then some property they owned across the creek. And then ultimately, they sold that property on the west side to Graystar. And so with the sale of that property, that's when Valley Water engaged Intel that was supposed to be a temporary construction bridge, went through that with them, and then started corresponding with them to remove that bridge. There's been multiple meetings on this subject. Councilmember O'Neill has been at several of those, and ultimately the Water District has laid out kind of their issues with the bridge in those meetings as well as in correspondence. And just some of the items that they've referenced is that the temporary bridge permitted in 1997 is not ADA compliant, is not fully available for public use, is structurally deficient, and could potentially exacerbate flooding. Given these factors and the potential safety issues this presents to members of the community, the district has made the decision to terminate the lease agreement. So that was in a letter to Intel, and then there was some other correspondence sent on behalf of Director Barbara Keegan, again laying out that the bridge does not have the proper access ramps to comply with ADA. It's not available for public use, it's structurally deficient, and it could potentially exacerbate flooding. So some of those same issues that were discussed in meetings and when they laid out their position to the City of Santa Clara. The City of Santa Clara has also corresponded with the Intel Corporation, who's also confirmed some of the same things that were in that letter. We talked to them. They did mention that the district initially engaged them upon the sale of their property. And so some of the points that they brought up was that, I guess, about that time, the gate going to the Intel property was closed for a brief period of time. There was a lot of people who raised that as issues to Intel because they like to cross that bridge and go to work. That's when the district engaged them, and they also discussed what were some opportunities to try and keep the bridge open. And so they mentioned, the district mentioned 3 things to Intel. Those were to address the ADA issues, to grant a public access easement through their property, through the Intel property, and to address liability issues related to public use since it was a private structure. So Intel had reviewed those options, but ultimately what Intel indicated is that they could not agree that they were going to grant a public access easement through their property, and they also could not determine that they were going to address the liability issues related to public use. So based on that and the district's persistence to remove the bridge and the letters saying that they're terminating the lease, Intel has moved forward with engaging a design consultant to come up with plans to remove that bridge. They've submitted to the City of Santa Clara a couple different permit sets to remove the bridge. So that's in the review process. So ultimately, as I mentioned, the BPAC is recommending that the City Council write a letter to the Valley Water preserving the bridge. And so the item before you tonight, there are some alternatives. The first alternative being to approve the recommendation from the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee and draft a letter to Santa Clara Valley Water District expressing support for preserving Freedom Bridge. The second would be to take no action. And then the third would be to note and file the minutes of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. So those are the 3 alternatives before you in terms of recommendation. Staff isn't making any recommendation for items 1 and 2, however, making the recommendation to note and file the minutes of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. So that concludes the staff presentation, and I'm available for comments.
All right, questions from council members? Anyone? Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you, Director Mobeck. And I mean, the community development folks seem to have left, but one of the things that came up back, it's probably, this has been going on, I think, for close to 3 years. And when at first, Intel has kind of gotten back and forth, and I certainly don't blame them. They, I think, were trying to figure out the best thing to do because they had employees that were using the bridge. But at the time, and ironically, when Graystar, the development company, was first looking to, they had bought that parcel on the west bank of the Santa Masakino Creek, and because I think they were hearing the comments from the council and others, fearing that their development, proposed development would be a little isolated, they actually, I had conversations with representatives from that developer saying that they were interested in doing things to help preserve that, because as I said, I think they were concerned about, you know, some of their initial meetings and presentations showed that they were really heavily relying on the San Tomas Aquino Creek Trail to show that their residents would have access, like to the shopping areas at Santa Clara Square and some of those other things. Do we have any idea, or what's your sense that, you know, in the future, say if that Gray Star development goes ahead and the developers interested in, you know, improving the transportation, you know, the, through there by having, you know, making improvements to the bicycle and pedestrian facilities, is it your sense that the water district, even if there were to be, say, improved facilities that a developer would fund, are they just don't want anything near their creeks? And I know because we still have a creek plan that's been in the process for 2 years, a creek trail plan. And so, I mean, it's kind of like I'm thinking, if they don't want us anywhere near their creeks, why the heck are we spending 2 years to get a creek trail plan? So, what's your sense?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think what you said is valid, that anytime you're constructing any facility, and we do have the current project that's under design to connect Home Ridge Park to Central Park, and that's been difficult conversations with the Water District because of those issues you reference. Anytime building new structures in their waterways or adjacent to their waterways, they are concerned about it. It's not an easy go by any means. And some of those issues that, you know, they've dealt with in San Jose with the flooding, they're very concerned about that. They're very concerned about maintenance, who's maintaining their facilities, how they're accessing them. So those are, those and can be difficult conversations with them to get those things to permit. Not to say it can't be done, but they are challenging.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to ask the letter that the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee would like us to send. How far along are they, and how effective would our letter be? And if we wrote the letter, we would have to say you have to bring it up to code and ADA, you know, subject to ADA requirements and all those kinds of things. Have they already made up their mind, or I know it's going on private property,
So has Valley Water made up their mind?
yeah.
So, I mean, the
And
Valley
Intel,
Water's
I mean, I'm reading their letters.
Yeah, so Valley Water's been very clear in their position, and they've put that in writing, and they've put Intel on notice that the bridge needs to be removed. They were also clear that they're not, you know, doing any maintenance on that structure. There was, as I mentioned, that discussion with Intel about, you know, is there ways that they could work together to get this done? But as I mentioned, Intel has indicated that you know, of those 3 items that the Valley Water gave them, that they could not agree to 2 of them. And based on that, nothing happened except Valley Water moved forward with telling them to remove the structure.
Is there any harm in us sending the letter saying we support them keeping this, and if they can work it out, we think they should keep it? Doesn't commit us to paying for anything or doing anything.
Yep.
I don't see a harm in us sending a letter.
Certainly, I mean, that is the item up for discussion in terms of
Okay.
any harm. Could it do any harm? I mean, I
Yeah,
think that's.
I'd like to hear from my fellow council
Sure,
members, but
absolutely.
I see. Yes, city manager?
I want to just inform the city council that we have received permit applications for deconstructing the bridge.
Yes.
And so we are already processing those. And so if there would be a little bit of contradiction in terms of their submitting a permit application for us to help them with permitting its removal. And then here we are also sending another letter. I'd like clarification or whether to perhaps stop doing the work or anything of that sort.
Well, we wouldn't say anything. Could we not say, or is it too controversial, or are we overstepping our bounds because of their application if we just said, we wish you could work it out? I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know since they submitted an application.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms
haven't
of
put that
what
in the
city manager brought up, I mean, we would have no reason to deny those permits they're requesting to remove that bridge. It is their bridge, and the Valley Water has told them they need to get it out of there. So that being said, we couldn't not process their permit, but in terms of what that means for a letter, a little contradictory, but
Council members, all right, here we go. Councilmember Chahal, then Councilmember Hardy, then Vice Mayor Mahan. Go ahead.
I do agree, like, we have nothing to lose to send that letter. And at the same time, like, this particular bridge is not as per code and it needs to, bring up to the code and other stuff. And that brings to the opportunity of talking to Intel and Greystar as a public-private partnership. Hey, can you help us out? This has been used in the past and it is very beneficial, like, from that side of the creek to coming to even to Santa Clara, Whole Food side and other stuff. So I think it does make sense we not only send a letter, but a BPAC or something, somebody can start a dialogue in the background, how we can keep it, even if we have a in-process letter that we want to demolish it or take it out, but we can work it in the background to make sure if these businesses can support it and still water district can support that fundamentally. That's my point. If it is useful to our BPAC bicyclists, I would say we should take that, send that letter. We have nothing to lose on that.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank
You're on the
you.
BPAC committee.
Yes,
you are.
and if anyone looked through the minutes, I was the one dissenting vote on this because I looked at very carefully. We had quite a discussion, but the reality I saw is that we don't own the bridge. It's not our land, and we are not putting forth any resources to upgrade this. It's not up to an ADA. So I felt like that wasn't, it would be wasted energy. I understood why the other members, and one of them is here and probably wants to speak, I understood why they wanted to keep it, but I also saw the reality. So that was why I was the dissenting vote.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mahan and then Councilmember Davis.
So my concern, my question perhaps even to staff, maybe the city attorney, if there are permits already pending in our city to deconstruct this bridge, I don't know if there's any chance that an issue surrounding that permit or if there's any issue surrounding that deconstruction process or something should come to council. If we have sent a letter supporting the position we're asked to support, doesn't that create some conflict of interest? And couldn't we then, I mean, wouldn't it be an inherent conflict of interest if we've already expressing some opinion that we want to support it, if it comes, any issue surrounding it comes to council?
Let me dichotomize the two issues. One issue is the permits. The permits are ministerial permits, so the council has no discretion over the permits. So we just have to proceed according to the rules and regulations regarding processing those permits, and we can't insert any kind of delay into that based upon political considerations. I don't think it's what I might suggest is perhaps a motion that says, since it doesn't seem like there might be council consensus on this, you don't necessarily have to send a council-wide letter. Those council members, you could just simply have a motion that says, those council members that would like to urge the water district to do something can send their own letters, and it wouldn't be a violation of any kind of policy. That's one alternative.
Well, unless there's consensus that we send a letter.
Unless there's
council.
consensus that
Yeah,
you send a comment
so,
letter. Yeah.
okay. All right, thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. Greg, I know you've been kind of in the middle of this. I guess what I have to say is this bridge was built temporary, a temporary bridge. It is owned on the land of the Water District, not Gray Star. It's the Water District. So the fight remains between Intel and the Water District. And I know that Intel put the permits in to have it taken down. The deadline is approaching rapidly next month. And the thing is in our city, but we have no say on how this is gonna go. This is a private company versus a public company. They made a deal. And the other thing is that even if this bridge was reconstructed, Intel would have to agree, and also the Water District would have to agree who's going to maintain it. So I think that the BPAC people would have to take their fight to Richard Santos, it's in his territory on the Water District. And
Would you
not to
spell
pass
his
the
name,
buck or
please?
anything.
Spell his name and give
But,
his phone
yeah,
number.
Richard Santos, District Number 3, this is his problem. I mean, this is if they, I mean, whether we send a letter or not, he's the man, or the Water District is gonna decide if they wanna rebuild, maintain, or whatever. And I think Teresa O'Neill has been fighting that battle for at least a year now. I know she's been working on getting it addressed. And I know the ADA issues were there. It was a temporary bridge, and I know that the Water District does not want to take it on. So if any of the BPAC people want to take on Richard Santos, that's where you're going to go. I could give you a letter, whatever, but I think it's going to fall on deaf ears from us. It is in our city, but we're not the people to fight the fight because they don't want to hear about it. They just want to do what they have to do. So, I mean, I just needed to say that, because I know that this has been going on for a very long time. If we can advocate, we can, but I see that it's gonna fall on deaf ears because we have no rights to that whatsoever. It is Water District land. And even when we need to have things done, we have to go to them for changes and alterations, especially when that creek trail was built. So I'm just saying, I feel their pain. It was built temporarily. They become accustomed to it. It's a great thing, but it's lived its life. And unfortunately, some things have to go. But I urge them to talk with Richard because I think that's their only clear path to getting back what they need. So those were my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill.
Director Mobley, I know a couple years ago, we, kind of in a parallel path to the discussion about the bridge, there, and I think I mentioned this to you because I know you weren't the Director of Public Works at the time. Some of the feeling about this, and I mean, about this bridge, kind of tied into the way that the trail and the street and everything, when you get to Mission College Boulevard and Agnew Road and that area and there, and actually one of the, Jessica Marconi, who's one of the public affairs directors there, she and I actually went out there and walked around, looked at it, and we're trying to figure out, and at that point, Intel was possibly considering, granting an easement for people to go through their parking lot. I think that may have been before they realized the full scope maybe of what all needed to be done. But my point being that the BPAC was looking at trying to, what kind of maybe improvements could be made. I forget if it's a couple hundred yards to the north, such that maybe where the Creek Trail, Mission College Boulevard, that whole area where they come together, that there was dissatisfaction, and the thought was from some members of the public and the committee that it was maybe not as safe as it could be, and that what people were saying was that part of the reason why they used the bridge is because they would rather cut through the Intel parking lot and go down Juliet than to go up to street level at Mission College. Do you know, has there been any further discussion about making some improvements there? I can't remember if it got on a list, but we had all the maps out, we were doing all this stuff, and there was a lot of commentary about, what maybe could be improved. So, I mean, my thinking being, if we knew that there were going to be possibly some changes there, that maybe that would alleviate some of the concerns about that, why people preferred to come across on the Freedom Bridge, is that they felt it was a safer path.
So, yeah, I don't know the specific discussions that you're referencing there from a few years ago. Obviously, we are coming forward with the bike plan. I don't know if there's anything in the bike plan. I can't recall. There's a number of proposed projects in that master plan, and I'd have to check to see if there's anything in that area.
Thank you. So I don't see any other council comments. We're going to go to the public now. Thank you, Director Mobeck. The first card we have is Betsy Migas. If you'd like to come forward, Betsy, and then anyone else can just queue up. I don't have any other cards after that. Hello.
So I do not have a dog in this race. I don't use that bridge myself. I do go past it twice a day on my bike. And it is, I can believe that it's structurally deficient. I can believe that it's ADA deficient. Not apparent to me that it's a flood risk, but I'm not that kind of engineer. It's certainly not coming down for lack of demand. There are people on it almost every time I go past. And one of the things that is so wonderful about the trail, for all of its lumps and bumps, that really is our flagship bicycle and pedestrian facility in the city. And one of the things that's so wonderful about the trail is that you don't have to rub shoulders with cars. And I think if we let this bridge go, we are going to be, putting people on Mission College, and I've biked that part of Mission College, and it's pretty hectic. It's pretty scary. The trail, in general, needs more connections to things along it, not fewer. And Santa Clara Square has this ramp down to Augustine now, and I see people on that all the time. So I would encourage you, whether you write this letter or not, whether we preserve this bridge or not, I would encourage you all to stay engaged in this, to continue to look for opportunities to keep the trail connected to things, and particularly to keep the trail connected in ways that don't require somebody on a bicycle or somebody on foot to go out on the biggest, busiest streets, which we have a lot of in the north end of this city.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Donahue.
Evening. I'm Bruce Donahue. I'm here as a citizen, and my exposure to the bridge is that no one really understands what the deficiencies are. There are a lot of letters, a lot of correspondence, a lot of big words, temporary, outdated, falling down, deficient. I can tell you the ADA is minuscule to repair as long as there's an access easement. The bridge itself is easily elevated. There's nothing to getting it above what the district now calls freeboard. It's maybe a foot or two. No one's ever seen the backwater curves for the creek. And the structural deficiency or the safety hazards or railings just should be itemized and understood before we demolish a rather expensive idea. The serviceability that Ms. O'Neill brings up is also something that needs to be fully understood. It would seem that there's a kind of a not a clear perspective on how it functions or what it functions. We were given at the committee, someone did come forward with a count and did state as an individual of Intel that it's excessively used, very convenient, and so it seems like a good thing to study it a little more in depth. And postponing the demolition might not be administerially possible. Maybe you can issue the permit, but the letter would override that. I'm sure the district would listen to the city council.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, council. Do we want to write a letter or not? Or individual letters? So can someone
okay,
throw something out there?
I'm throwing out. It's not going to kill us to write a letter in support because, like Teresa said, maybe there's an alternative somewhere down the road maybe they will listen to us, I'm not really sure. But the people have been accustomed to the bridge. It's, you know, an enhancement that is going to come, it's going to go away. And unfortunately, they did like it, they use it, and as Bruce has mentioned, maybe the structural could be the issue or fixed in some areas, but I don't know what the water district wants to do. As far as we know, they just want to take it down and it's gone. But we can look at maybe something else, but I think if we are a little aggressive in the letter and say that this has been a community benefit, that maybe we might get somewhere. So I'm going to put some hope out there, some prayer, that maybe they will listen and take care of, because Betsy also brought up the fact that you're going to push these people onto a highway that they don't need to be on, and it's already scary out there with the number of accidents that happen with bicycles, and we have to protect these people. So I think that I'll make a motion that we write the letter to the water district.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Maybe it might help on this bridge, but if it's too late, maybe it'll show our support for another bridge in the future.
Yeah.
As the, excuse me? Oh. As the population especially increases in North Santa Clara, there's going to be a need for, you know, crossing the creek. So, yes, everyone's talking. So maybe we can put those kinds of comments in the letter? Yeah? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Council discussion, Councilmember Hardy.
I'm trying to be consistent, so I don't think I'll be supporting it just because I see it as a jurisdiction reality. I'm more concerned about having the trail open later on down through and past the stadium, because that is what pushes bicyclists into the neighborhoods, onto the streets. I've had to do that myself. That is more of a concern to me, so I'm just going to be consistent.
Thank you. That's a lot of our concern as well. So, all right, I see no other speakers, so we have a motion and a second. I didn't see you. Sorry. And there you are now. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mayor. I thought I had pushed my button. Yes. No, I understand the concern, you know, for the bridge and the convenience of being able to cross the San Tomas and without going out to Mission. I mean, the Water District has allowed other bridges. I mean, there's one right across the Guadalupe there by Thamian Park that connects to North San Jose. There's another one up on the trail, further up on the trail going up towards 237. So, I mean, there have been opportunities where they have allowed bridges to be, you know, so people have access, you know, and ease crossing the river. So, you know, I support writing the letter and happy to contribute. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other comments, we have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor, may I ask if the maker of the motion would like to include a note and file of the minutes as well?
And note and file the minutes. I thought I heard that. Didn't you say that? Note and file the minutes as well?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, we have to, yeah, staff recommendation and, right.
Gotcha.
And it's okay with the second? Whoever made the second?
Oh, I did.
Okay. Thank you. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-1. Thank you very much. We'll get that letter going. All right, next we have action on a resolution establishing the average per acre land values and parkland in lieu fee schedule for new residential development. Director Teixeira.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, Santa Clara community. This is a brief presentation regarding an action on resolution establishing the parkland in lieu fees for new residential development. As a background, Santa Clara City Code Chapter 1735, established by ordinance in 2014, requires the dedication of developed parkland pursuant to California Quimby Act and the Mitigation Fee Act. During the fee review process in May of 2018, Council directed staff to conduct additional outreach, discussion, and review of park and lieu fees. And to that end, on June 11th and the 27th, 2018, community and stakeholders meetings were held. Based on comments and concerns of the development community, staff reviewed the 2018 Nexus Study Update, background information, and land valuation appraisal. In fall 2018, staff worked with our consultants, Frank Schmidt and Wildan Financial Services, and reviewed the park inventory and related park improvement and cost information. Based on that review, the city completed a Nexus Study update of all relevant information. Administrative draft of the Nexus Study was available for review January 14th through January 26th of 2019. And the background information from the Nexus Study and the public input process was and is provided on the city's website. Meetings were held January 22nd and on February 26th. The Building Industry Association and members of the development community, as well as residents, attended. For those not familiar, the City Nexus Study provides a reasonable methodology for assessing fees pursuant to the Quimby Act and the Mitigation Fee Act. The city uses an existing inventory demand standard methodology to calculate the fees. Simply, it means that the city calculates what is the maximum allowable fees that would fund the development of parkland and recreational amenities at the same ratio that currently serves the existing residents. The maximum allowable fees based on the calculation in the Nexus Study supports a Quimby fee increase of about 35 to 46% higher than the fees in 2017, and Mitigation Fee Act fees in the 41 to 52% range higher than the 2017 fees. So why the increase? The quick answer is that two major components of the fees have gone up: land acquisition and park site amenity development. The land acquisition cost is the cost to buy an acre of new parkland. Typically, the land valuation is done every year as called for in the city code. And it ranges from about 3.7 million to about 4 million per acre. The second factor contributing to the increase is the park improvement cost. That's basically the cost to build out an acre of parkland with typical buildings and amenities. The cost was updated from $319,000 per acre in the 2014 study to $1.335 million per acre. The Nexus Study 2019 also updated estimates for park service population growth, housing density, etc. In the public input process, the city provided about 28 pages of responses to questions and comments. The key questions and comments were that parkland inventory should not include non-city-owned facilities. However, facilities are controlled by joint use agreements and public park easements with both public and private entities, and it's typical to include these in to include these types of facilities. Land valuation appraisal report comparables and impact fees was another area of concern. Does the appraisal adequately account for the fee increases? And basic answer is yes, and developers may also have their projects have an appraisal for their particular project parcels. Third area, why charge for park improvements under Quimby Act? Well, the Mitigation Fee Act for improvements is added and calculated at the Mitigation Fee Act standard for improvements. Both are under our city code allowable. The developers are reimbursed for fees paid under Quimby for the improvements as well. Another area was that housing density is actually lower than what that we find, and that we should consider different densities in our fees, such as perhaps micro-units. The city, again, uses U.S. Bureau of Census data and the recognized household types, single family and multifamily. Staff was open to reconsider additional information received in February, and we did review that information and found that that information was based on non-census data, and it also included data from outside of Santa Clara. So validation of land values. As mentioned earlier, the city and the consultant reviewed the land values, and our appraiser, Frank Schmidt, is here tonight. Based on the land appraisal in 12/31/17, that's the valuation date, we used standard appraisal practices. It used the supplemental instructions adopted by council. It used factual metrics to make objective adjustments. It was comprehensive. It accounted for market feedback, as well as anecdotal information, values, rents, median and average selling prices. And he also reviewed comments from the Building Industry Association, the developers, with no additional adjustments being warranted. Validation of park value. The per acre value is used in fee calculations for the existing park improvements throughout the city. While the updated value is a significant increase, we acknowledge that, the previous $319,000 from 2014 was significantly below the cost to build a typical acre of park amenities. We also use three methods to validate the park improvement values, and I'll go through those briefly. So the Kitchell asset inventory basically is a total existing park asset value minus the non-standard park facilities, and then divided by the existing park acres. So that 340.5 million divided by the about 255 acres of existing parkland gives you 1.33 million. And some of the examples are shown here of actual construction in recent bids that we also looked at. And again, the range was validated and fairly conservative between the 1.3 million and the 1.8 million. And again, as mentioned before, we also minus non-standard park facilities in doing that calculation. The third-party estimator was Curry and Brown. We hired them to do a high-level review of our cost assumptions for park site improvements. They went out and visited 14 of our parks and 2 trails, and the current market trends show that the average acre of park improvements are above 1.5 million per acre. So following validation of the land value and the park construction costs, the Nexus Study 2019, it was updated. So the parkland inventory, the key point on this slide is that the existing standard, we distinguish between developed acres of parkland as well as undeveloped acres of parkland. And there's values attributed to each of those. And then on the park asset inventory, just a quick summary of site improvements generally are 88.5 million, and the buildings are about 252. So you can see that buildings bring up the value of our park asset inventory. Nexus Study 2019. It provides, again, the reasonable methodology for calculation of fees due in lieu of the parkland dedication. Parkland facilities needed at current standards to meet the residential growth demand. Quimby at 3 acres per 1,000 residents, about 85 acres. And if the projects came in under the Mitigation Fee Act at 2.6 acres standard per 1,000 residents, we'd need about 74 acres. The cost per capita for new parkland and improvements at the current standards, which goes into our calculations, is about $9,700 to $12,100 per capita, and it depends upon the zip code area and the project application type. And these, for the public at home, you can look at the resolution. At the very end of the resolution, there's tables A, B, and C, and that gives the 3 different calculations and the zip codes. And then it also includes and uses the park improvements at $33,471 per capita. The program also allows for 2% for program administration, which helps pay our costs to do the appraisals and the studies and other things. So there are three policy alternatives council has for consideration. Under alternative one, you could increase the fees and recover the park improvement costs at the full $3,471 per capita and recover the parkland costs at the $9,700 to $12,100 per capita. Under alternative two, it talks about phasing in increases and recovering the park improvement costs over a 3-year period, 3 or 4, depends on whether you're counting the rest of 2019, and recover the parkland acquisition costs as well. Alternative three would be you could also recover park improvement costs at less than the per capita amount, 1.335 million per acre. The fees under policy alternative one, as you can see, it shows the significant increase and the allowable amount. Again, these are fully justifiable, and it recovers 100% of the anticipated costs of acquisition and development of the parkland all now. Under alternative two, and phasing it in over a several-year process, you could phase in at 25% of the 3,471 parkland improvement value. You could phase that in over a several-year period, and it shows what the effect of that is compared to the existing fees and based on the area of the city and the project type. That is what you find in the fee resolution that's attached to council report. Under policy alternative three, council would or could approve some other non-100% cost recovery. If that were something that you would consider, you would make the statutory findings as supported in the Nexus study, and then the city would still continue to adjust land valuation annually as required in code, but it could also be set at less than 100% cost recovery. However, just to point out, this action, the third policy option, would not allow the city to continue to provide new parkland, neighborhood and community parks at the current citywide parkland standard to accommodate the new residents' parks and recreational facility needs. So that brings us to what is the staff recommendation, and that is before you. The extra note on this one is if approved, Quimby, the implementation would be, if approved, Quimby would be immediately under state law, and then Mitigation Fee Act would not be implemented for 60 days after the resolution is adopted. So that concludes staff presentation.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with questions. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Looking at our alternatives, sorry, it's been a long day. The Quimby Act, my understanding is that can only be for land acquisition and for original construction of a park. According to what I read, it says operation and maintenance of parks facilities could not be used for that. Is that correct?
Quimby, almost 100%. Under Quimby, it can be used for rehabilitation of existing city parks under certain conditions.
Okay. The Mitigation Fee Act, does it have the same limitations?
That is for acquisition and development of new parkland and new facilities.
Well, so in doing this, we would be making new parks that we would then have to take care of the operation and maintenance fee in perpetuity, correct?
Under what we have been doing with the developers and the development community, we have received one-time fees. For instance, at the Central Park Annex, or Kylie Prudential Real Estate 2, that development, the city received one-time fees. as contribution for the Santa Clara Square. The city, under the development agreement, has Irvine agreed to 40 years of parkland maintenance on that. And then under the Lawrence Station area plan, in agreement with the developers and approval by council, a community facilities district was formed. And so that would take care of the maintenance costs and some of the operating over or in perpetuity. And so the city is actively working on other agreements with developers when residential housing comes on board, when it makes sense to have that as part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other council questions? Not right now. Okay, we'll go to the public and then we'll continue with comments or questions. We're going to start with Matthew Reed and then Suds Jane after that, if you'd like to queue up. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. First, I want to say I love my park right around the corner. I am in awe of the fact that at 6 o'clock in the morning on a weekday, there are people out there exercising and playing basketball, and every weekend, some beautiful child is having a birthday party in full bloom, and it's an asset to our neighborhood. Parks are expensive, and I am here tonight to point out the fact that we have a whole range of community amenities and city services that need to be funded. They fall heavily on the cost of producing housing in our city. And housing is a real need that we've all acknowledged. I'm proud to say I work for Silicon Valley at Home, that Santa Clara is way ahead of its peers in committing to producing housing. This is a major talking point for me in the city of San Jose, who likes to think they're the only ones that build housing. But it is, I'm on record already, so that's okay.
An extra minute, no.
Nonetheless, fees have a real impact on the ability for projects to go forward. Silicon Valley at Home is an affordable housing advocacy organization, but we really support housing for all. Housing is important. The second point that I wanted to make is many of your peer cities either waive fees or allow for a discount in fees for affordable housing development. Because it's so difficult to cover the cost of affordable housing development, I would urge you to consider that as you look at this fee level. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane, and then anybody else that would like to queue up.
Suds Jane, in 2014, there was also a discussion of phasing in park fees or not doing 100% cost recovery. I'm very pleased that the council adopted the 100% fee and note that developers didn't skip a beat. Housing construction continues to boom, and we have some fabulous new parks, the Eddie Souza and the Reed and Grant parks. I encourage you to definitely not vote for option number 3. The 1.3 million is already a low estimate. If you refer to table number 2 in your packet, you'll notice that the independent construction cost estimator used very bad math. What he did was he took the average of the 4 parks and then he averaged that, which skews the numbers, and he got 1.879 million, and he rounded that down to 1.8. 1.879 rounded down to 1.8. If you actually did it correctly and added up the cost of improvements for all the parks and then divided by the total acreage, you would get 2.15 million. So the 1.3 is already an underestimate. So I actually recommend that you reject staff's recommendation of option number 2 and adopt option number 1. So we get full cost recovery, otherwise we're subsidizing from our general funds, which could be used to improve the swim center or some other parks in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Martin, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dennis Martin, speaking on behalf of BIA Bay Area, and good evening as well, staff. We actually would like to thank staff for the strong outreach effort that was made on this issue, and we believe that there are some good recommendations here, as we note in our letter. And staff makes a strong case. However, BIA still thinks that despite our recommendations to continue revisions to the facility inventory, the claimed level of service, especially for the Mitigation Fee Act, is still too high. And despite BIA efforts to show that smaller units mean less impact on city parks, the persons per unit density calculation is still inflated because future units built in Santa Clara will be smaller than those that have been historically built. To correct these problems, the council can take these actions, those recommended by staff, including the phase-in of fees and the commission of a development feasibility study that would evaluate the cumulative effect of all fees on development in the city. We'd like to make two other recommendations. One is to embark on the conversion of the fee from a per unit basis to a per square foot basis. This will be much fairer for smaller units in the city, and it encourages or incentivizes higher density development, which is exactly what you're looking for in the transit-oriented development. Finally, we would encourage the city to take a look at and direct staff to evaluate collecting fees later in the development process at certificate of occupancy. Developers prefer to pay fees later in the development timeline to shorten the window between fee collection and completion in order to lower the cost of bearing the interest on loans to pay those fees. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Would anyone else like to speak? Please come forward. All right, thank you. Council, comments? Staff, yes.
Yeah, just wanted to provide a clarification that as part of the recommendation, staff is proposing to conduct a feasibility study for residential development that will evaluate the effects of total development fee levels and the developer's ability to provide housing of various types. So I think it's in the staff report. I don't think it was highlighted as part of that presentation. So I just wanted to highlight that that's something that we're proposing from a staff recommendation. It's actually something that we have scoped out already with our consultant. So if council would like to move forward with that, we're ready to go and complete it.
Can you repeat that again? I'm having a hard time hearing with your microphone, so.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah.
Okay.
So as part of the staff recommendation, in addition to what was described as part of the slide, and this is based on the comment, we're also recommending alternative number 4, which is to conduct a feasibility of residential development study that will evaluate the effects of total development fee levels on developers' ability to provide housing of various types. So I just wanted to acknowledge that the request by the BIA to do a feasibility study is something that staff's recommending.
Oh, so would that be part of this now? Would that come back to us before we approve? Like how, when, okay.
That would not be part, that would come back later to council. And that's one of the reasons we recommended the phasing in of the fees, because also allowed us to complete this feasibility study in the interim.
Okay.
Okay, so, all right, so I have comments on all of that, but let's go down the line. Councilmember Chahal, then Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. Did we look into one of the components which are requested, like giving some exemptions or phasing it out lesser percentage of fees for affordable housing component?
So in the ordinance itself, there's two things where there is credit to the developers for private on-site amenities that goes up to 50% of what they would otherwise owe. And then on top of that, for unit developments that are for seniors, and I believe it also has the affordable on there that are 100%. Those also get an additional 15% for the on-site amenities. So that was written into the original ordinance.
No, okay, that's fine. And my second question, was there a reason we divided into like 4-year component versus 2 years or 3 years as alternative 2 versus 1? Like, and does that have financial implications for our budgeting point of view, our future plans of what we have in for our park development and buying those things?
Yeah, I mean, the longer we extend it, it certainly does affect how much money we collect in the interim. What staff was trying to do as part of this proposal, and we do a robust engagement with the community as well as with the developers, is that we were trying to accommodate the fact that many developers had purchased their properties and had done their pro formas based on the expectation that a park fee would be at a certain level. And we felt that an increase of 50% in a short period of time would affect that a little too much. So working with them, we were looking at a phasing plan that we felt, obviously they would have wanted more years. I think we wanted less years, but we worked together to come up with a phasing plan that we thought was fair to everybody and ultimately got us to 100%. So it was really trying to accommodate those developers. The development process takes a number of years, who had bought property and were developing under previous criteria, and we wanted to phase that increasing so it didn't affect them too much. So that was the balance we were trying to achieve. It could have been one more year, it could have been one less year, but it was working through a process with the development community.
But that is not impacting our plan of action for our park improvements or buying the land for it. Like we did do that feasibility study. If we choose this 4-year period, it will not impact our park upkeeps and other stuff, right? That's my point. Like from our side, we did a good feasibility study from the budgeting point of view.
Well, this funding is not used for upkeep, so the operations and maintenance comes out of the regular budget. But certainly, we didn't do a full study because it all depends on how much money comes in. But we do know by adding a longer phasing period, we'll be collecting less money over a longer period of time. So we'll have to accommodate how we improve parks and how we acquire land during that period. It'll take a longer period. We didn't do a full analysis as to what that means. We'll just know, we know it will be longer.
Thank you. And my last question is, did we do some comparative analysis with our neighboring cities, how their fees are compared to what we are proposing?
So as part of recommendation park fees are done differently depending on how you look at it, how you accommodate improvements, what the value of land, what each city looks at. So as part of the feasibility study that we're recommending under alternative 4, we're going to look at the feasibility of development, and we would propose to do 3 adjacent jurisdictions and see the full cost of development for each one, not just for park fees, but any other fees that those cities have. So that'll give you a full picture for each one of those. So that's something we're going to be working on.
But that will not be, so if we approve this thing today, that will still continue like the option 4 you're mentioning? Right?
Yeah, option 4, we will proceed regardless. Is something that we think it's important to know. And part of phasing the fee gives us that time to do that. So if at that point we determine that maybe the fee is not where we want to be from a policy direction, we'll have time to decide if we want to go to the next 25%, to the next 50%, 75%. So you have the initial increase, which is only 25% of the cost recovery costs. In the interim, we'll complete our feasibility analysis, and then council will be able to make a policy decision if they want to continue with the increases based on the feasibility study, or if they would like to make any modifications, so we could bring those back. So you'll have a full picture at that point.
Okay, so you meant to say even if we approve alternate 2 today, but depending on the feasibility study, we can go up or down depending on that.
Council can always direct us to come back and modify the park fee. We do a yearly update to the land value, so the park fee comes to you on a yearly basis anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Jim, I wanted to commend you, the staff for doing due diligence on keeping up with the impact to our city parklands, but I wanted to ease the phasing a little bit for the developers, especially with the affordable housing component that we have. So the three-step plan, I think, might be better than the two-step plan that you have right now, just to keep the momentum of construction going on. I don't want to slow anything down. I need things to be coming out of the ground. So I wanted to make like an alternate motion here. So I want to approve the appraised value of the parkland as staff recommends in the amount of 1.35 million per acre. But I also would like to ask the staff to come back within 30 days at our September 24th meeting with a new improved phasing to help ease the impact a little bit. Because the way I see most of this, the fees went up dramatically. And I don't want to slow down anything. And if we have an economic downturn, that's going to impact us. So that's the motion I want to put on the floor right now to council if they care to go down that line. But I'm just looking at an alternative, but also approve alternative number four, sorry, to move the feasibility study also forward. So that's my motion.
There's a motion and a second. City Manager, or
I'd
did you
like some
have?
clarification. The recommendation from staff is over a phasing in over a 3-year period, not a 2-year period. Are you requesting as part of your motion a longer period than 3 years?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
All right.
Yes. So yeah, to clarify that, yes.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Let's keep going. Do you have more comments? Otherwise, I'm going to keep going down the line.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
I'm doing this. All right, I like the idea of a longer period of time because the reality is we are raising the cost of housing. But there is a cost because as we go denser, that open space, that park land becomes more valuable to residents. And I realize that, and there's the heartburn. So I wonder, especially because it says per unit, did staff look at the idea of per square foot rather than per unit? Because I can see that being less of a burden on a very small unit as opposed to a larger 3-bedroom, whatever, than a studio apartment, because you're counting them both the same. That worried me.
So, first of all, again, in the recommendation number, recommendation 4 was to study all of the various development fees. The way that we've constructed the methodology, it's on a cost per capita basis. So, and the strongest, most supportable under Quimby is to use the US Census data. And under, when we looked at whether or not there's, is there a standard definition for micro units or smaller units, those sorts of things, and then what is the number of persons per household in those smaller units. We were not able to use that. To then convert it into a impact based on a square foot basis, it uncouples the nexus between the residents that are coming in and the type of unit you have. So you have multifamily, and just because you have smaller units doesn't mean that you have less people in them. So we did look at the data that BIA provided, but there was not a strong enough case to be made under that. We can certainly study that more, but we were not able to find that.
If I could just add a little bit more to that as well. So as part of the process, we've been working with a number of developers. We also, I specifically personally work with a developer who would propose to do micro units. It's something they're considering. And we provided ample opportunities for that discussion, as well as for them to provide the data. Spent over a year working with them, and we were not able to get data that validated the changes that they were proposing. Ultimately, what we committed to is that obviously, if at some point something viable comes along that really shows us that should change and the number should change. We can do that at any point. But we went through a long-term effort working with them, waiting for them to submit, looking at some information they submitted that really didn't qualify. I sat down with them one-on-one to go through those discussions. And ultimately, we ended up with this proposal here tonight. Have not heard, I meet with them on a regular basis. I have not heard any additional comments on that, making that request again. But like I said, I have committed to them that if at some point they submit data that works for them, works for us, and we can defend, we would be willing to come back to council and modify the policy accordingly to look at those units differently. But we're just not there yet. But we've been very open with them, and Jim and I spent approximately a year looking at different data. I mean, not continuously, because sometimes it would take them 4 or 5 months to get back to us, but we spent over a year trying to get to a point to see if that made sense. It just wasn't there quite yet, but there's an opportunity in the future.
Thank you.
It's, from a numbers point of view, it seems to be more proportional. And that's what I'm not understanding the answer I'm getting back. So I'd like that to be part of the feasibility.
So I just want to add one thing because it's extremely important to the methodology, square foot basis versus the size of the residential unit. What we do know is what the existing standard is in existing housing, and that's the acreage and the developed acreage we would be bringing on board. We don't have the square footage on existing housing to be able to calculate then what the demand is for the new housing based on the existing standard on a square foot basis. We definitely have it under the single family and the multifamily, and under Quimby, that's done on the U.S. Bureau of Census data. So that's why we use that methodology.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill.
Well, quote someone from one of the illustrious teams in the movies, well, Ollie, another fine mess you've gotten us into. So I see this situation, Santa Clara went through decades, 20-some years, and I remember when Jim explained it to me when I was a brand new council member about, how for, 20-some years or whatever, we didn't take advantage of the Quimby Act or the Mitigation Fee Act. And while we're certainly not in a position we're not able to make up for, those decades of neglect, so here for the first time, we've been able to move forward a little bit and get some land. And I understand the quandary that we find ourselves in. So I listened to Matthew talk about how much he enjoys his parks and all that. And as we build more multifamily housing that have smaller units, and I would also feel, the Director Teixeira mentioned about, I think there's more people living in those units. I mean, when I talk to young folks, or even not so young folks, and they're moving into apartments, very few of them are moving into an apartment by themselves. They've got roommates. And, when the mention of seeing birthday parties, well, when most of us were growing up, those birthday parties were in a fairly good sized backyard, which for families, most families, at least half the population in Santa Clara, does not exist. The park is the backyard. And so here we face the issue of, do we risk not having any housing for people, and that incredible pressure cooker that that we've also created for ourselves, or do we give them, so they then have an apartment, but they have no place. We're talking about, we saw all the wonderful pictures about the North Santa Clara plan, and this is what I'm saying. We've gotten, another fine mess we've gotten ourselves into. Do we then cannot afford to give hardly any amenities to people for them to enjoy outside of their teeny tiny apartment, which then makes them say, okay, I might as well stay at work even more, because it seems like the land that's available is on the expensive corporate campuses. rather than in their neighborhoods. So I mean, like I said, it's a fine mess. And, I'm not quite sure what to, I mean, we are very fortunate that in the Bay Area, I think as a metropolitan area, I think from the data or studies I've read, we have more open space probably than any other area. But if it's Rancho San Antonio in Los Altos Hills and you live in Santa Clara, the average person coming home from work is not going to get in their car and take their child out to Rancho San Antonio to walk around, and they're used to being able to go to or they would like to have a neighborhood park to go to. And when you're competing against the corporations that were pleased to have headquartered here, it's hard to buy land for a park when you're competing against the latest Apple expansion. And and one of the things that was, to kind of elaborate on that, I was fortunate enough about a month ago to have a tour of the Apple Park campus with a gentleman who used to sit over here and who showed me around what used to be my former home away from home. And the amount of open space inside the circle, the Apple spaceship, is mind-blowing. And the contemplation pond that is probably 75 yards across with rock with pebbles and water that comes out from the top, and as the ambient noise level increases, they increase the flow of the water so that all the software gurus sitting around the edges can have their bliss restored.
I wish
by
I was
a
there
higher-
right now.
Yes. Yeah. And the orchards that they have created, and this and the field where Lady Gaga came and did the Welcome to Apple Park concert and all of that. So you see that world for those folks who are able to explore, to experience that, versus the workers who clean that building and cook the food, and where they're going home and where do they take their child to, they're not having a concert with Lady Gaga. So I'm not quite sure what to do. I very much think we've got to have the feasibility study. I suppose the question is even larger. I understand what Matthew says about, is there some way to change, on affordable housing, do we change it? But in some ways, the people that live in that affordable housing probably even more need those facilities. I know the mayor has talked about having a bond for park facilities, and then, because that then gets into a discussion, do we then ask the entire community more to pay for pay for parks, or how do we do that if we don't use these fees? It puts us in a hole, and then we have to figure out, how do we fill that hole. So Jim, one thing would be, like, with this phasing, do we have I'm assuming somebody's calculated how much money then do we lose by doing that? When we look at the kind of facilities we're talking about, it's mind-blowing to see how much it costs to develop a park. And Santa Clara, we have built, the last couple of facilities that have been built have been beautiful. And it's going to be really interesting to see the Reed and Grant, the new soccer park open, but incredibly expensive facilities. And so when we look at what we plan to do, how much money in fees are we estimating that we will lose from a phased-in approach? And what would be the plan then to make up that difference?
I think that's what's part of the motion, to bring that back.
It's actually not a number that we can determine because we don't know what's in the future pipeline in terms of submitted applications for housing developments. So.
Well, you must have some kind of estimate.
So what I would add to what the city managers just stated is that what we do know is that when you look at the fee, how much of the fee is for land acquisition, and we've got a pretty good handle on that, and it's about 75% of the fee is for land acquisition. And then you look at the percentage what's left for the park and the improvements on that parkland, it's about 25%. So when you look at the fee increase, you're able to say that, you know, what are you quote unquote leaving on the table? We don't know because the applications haven't come through. We also don't know how much of the development, the developer at the beginning, they're going to, under Quimby, they would owe 3 acres per 1,000 residents. If you have 1,000 residents, they're going to owe 3 acres. If they put in 1.5 acres, then that's on their cost, and then the rest comes in the form of the fee in lieu of the parkland dedication. We give them credit up to 50% for that 1.5 acres that they owe. And so when you look at it, it does get quite complex. But what you do know is it's never going to be, for the park improvements, it's never going to be less than 25%. And for the land that you're acquiring, it's never less than 75% of the total fee. So what's the point that you're leaving, or the dollars you're leaving on the table? You have a percentage, but you won't know until the development actually comes in, files the application, and says how much of the land they're going to dedicate.
So, so if we're able to get the land, if we don't have the money to really develop it fully, that we probably could have a lot of parks without the kind of amenities. I mean, we're working with the Magical Bridge Foundation, we're getting grants, but we're also expecting that we're going to have to raise a lot of money. I mean, that one playground is going to cost millions of dollars. I realize that it's a very exceptional playground, but when you look at the kind of things that we're talking about wanting to do, in a way, in the kind of facilities that allow larger numbers of people to recreate in smaller areas, they, by nature, are going to be more expensive.
Correct, and that was one of the things in the slide that we provided, which basically says that the higher cost elements of a park are the building and the facilities. The actual grounds, trees, park benches, open space areas are the lower cost elements. So we are bringing those on board, both the buildings as well as the parkland, in the same proportion as the current residents now receive them. So that would be the intent. So if you don't bring in the improvement value, again, it's only 25% of that total fee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me see if there's, no other speakers, so I'll just make my comments. First of all, I want to thank Frank Schmidt with the Schmidt Prescott Group for your appraisal. Thank you very much. I know you've been very patient with us for over the years and coming up with this valuation and how you come to that valuation. So we're not talking about your valuation, so we're ready to approve that. So thank you very much for being involved with us over all these years and working with us through our new park fees that we've had, which have been very beneficial to us. As you see, the discussion we're having tonight is regarding the need for housing and what can we do to encourage those new housing starts, but at the same time not waive or reduce our park fees. And I don't think we want to waive fees. We're not like other cities that waive fees. We collect all of our fees, but we have to look at ways that we can get creative on how those fees are collected. So I think what we're looking at is trying to find some incentive so that we can have the new housing starts, but at the same time be a little creative with our fees. So I think the motion on the floor is just to not reduce fees, but look at what the impact might be, and for the staff to come back what the impact might be for a longer phased period to collect those fees. It will cost us some money over the long term, but if that results in us generating the new housing starts, then it's certainly worth it. We have been very creative with some of our developments, the Irvine Company development, the Prometheus developments, some of them where they're putting in parks, they're improving those parks. And we talked about the Irvine project in Santa Clara Square where they're going to maintain it also for 40 years. We love those kind of deals because they're open to the public. They're going to put a restroom near the creek trail and all kinds of things that are really going to benefit our community. So not only are we charging fees, but we're working out creative ways to actually get these parks built, improved, and open to the public, and hopefully maintained by people other than the city of Santa Clara. So I'm in support of the motion to bring it back, and we want it done quickly. We don't want to wait any longer, but we're going to accept the valuation, look at a more phased-in approach that will encourage our housing starts and not lower those fees. City
So-
manager, looks like you want to talk.
Yeah, just
Thank
wanted
you.
to offer that, as it's my understanding that part of the motion is to adopt the resolution that's included in the packet, which contains the feasibility study as well as the appraisal, with the exception of, on page 9, it's item 3C, which speaks to the phasing and the implementation. That's, I'm understanding the intent of the motion is to accept that resolution absent 3C, page 9, which explains the phasing, and that's the language that we'll be bringing back by September 24th.
So you're going to bring back some options for phasing
That's
for
right.
us
but
to look at?
The
Yes.
appraisal and the feasibility study are going
Are
forward.
going forward with
Just
a
want to be
new
clear.
alternate 4? Was that in there too?
That's
Yeah.
the feasibility. But there is an adoption of a resolution as part of the action, and that's, I just wanted to make sure it's absent 3C.
Okay. Maker the motion and second?
So
Okay.
wait, so we're talking about, so the city manager, so I make sure, which page of the reporter are you referring to? Because I was looking,
It's the attached resolution in your packet.
mm-hmm.
I think it's the third attachment.
For the benefit of the public at home, why don't I read the paragraph so people understand what we're talking about? Because it's not going to be very apparent to the public.
We had the recommendation on the PowerPoint for alternate 2.
No,
Can we work on that, or is it something else?
It's the fact that the public doesn't know what 3C says. I'm just going to read it because it's very short. It's not that long. It just says, it's the implementation schedule. And it says for development projects subject to the Quimby Act, the proposed fees will be imposed on development projects with applications deemed complete on or after August 28, 2019, immediately. And then it says, for development subject to the Mitigation Fee Act, the proposed fees will be imposed on development projects with applications deemed complete on or after October 27, 2019, 60 days after adoption of the resolution. So we're suggesting that we delete that language from the resolution so that it's not imposed. And then and then the last sentence says, for development project applications deemed complete prior to this date, I would just say for all development applications currently on file, the existing fees will apply as adopted in the previous resolution. So we're still under the current fees until you do something different.
Correct.
Okay, so we're being silent on the phasing, because I'd be, if I was going to do anything other than what the, paying the fees immediately, I would be more in favor of something like 2 years.
The phasing is still in the resolution as recommended by staff, but that will be subject to your review of a possible different phasing. In other words, you're not imposing any fees based upon that phasing until you come back with a possible amendment to that phasing that's in the resolution
And
right
that
now.
would be in 30 days
30
from now
days.
Right,
that we would make that decision.
right.
Right.
Okay.
And
That is the motion.
right. Mayor, could I?
Yes.
Could I? I'm not sure. In that, could there also be data on a shorter period, such as 2 years, and rather than 4?
Well, I wanted to encourage, not discourage, so if you want to shorten it, that's up to the council. I want to lengthen it,
Yeah.
so.
Don't want to lose the residential. We need the residential.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor.
May I know who made the second? Who was the second?
Vice Mayor Mahan.
Thank you.
So it's the study at 4 years?
I don't think we specified number of years.
No.
Yeah, we didn't
Said longer
specify.
than a 3-year period.
She'll bring back options.
Right.
2 to 10, no, I don't know.
You're pushing it now.
No, somewhere reasonable that's going to be encouraging but reasonable. Okay, so there's motion and a second, no further discussion.
I had some
Oh.
comments to make before that, Mayor. I didn't. I'm
Okay.
not sure you didn't.
Councilmember
You didn't.
Chahal.
You missed my request to speak.
I didn't
Okay.
see it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So only thing we are debating is the time period, like 1 year versus 4 years versus 5 years or 3 years, right? So in the regular development cycle, when does on average, when does the developer start getting the income out of their development? At what year? 1, 2, 3, 4, what year? On an average.
I would not venture to guess if it's a for sale property, really would be at the sale of the units, depending how they phase in the sale and how they do that and what their financial structure was. They're probably, it's way too many questions in there. And if it's a rental, I would not know what their financial structure is, at what point they start making money on the property. So it's really not feasible for us to know. All their deals are their own deals, and we're not aware of all the details.
So there are pros and cons for delaying the time from 4 to 5 or 4 to 3 because we are not encouraging developer to develop their property faster. If we are delaying by 4 years, we are not giving them incentive to develop those property fast so that they can get income out of it. And that's the reason I think to me it looks like 4 years is an adequate time for them to phase out.
I think they're going to study that. That's part of our motion, to look at the different number of years.
Oh, okay.
What we'll do is we'll put forward a couple of different options, and then we will put the pros and cons, because what I'm hearing from the council is the 2 years creates a different set of incentives or disincentives, and the longer term we'll outline all of that in the report for options so that the council can have a more productive conversation about that.
Okay.
Wait, but the motion says to study longer than 3 years, and I just heard you say to look at, I'm, like I said, I'm interested in looking at what would a 2-year do, but if it's more than 3, but that's not what I just heard the city manager say.
We will bring back options with whatever is the pleasure of the council. I didn't hear as part of the conversation that it was a shorter term. I was hearing a longer term. So it's the pleasure of the council in terms of the policy options.
Okay. You ready?
Thank you.
Please register your vote. And that passes 6-1. Thank you very much, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff, for being patient with us as well. Next, we have reports of members and special committees. Do we have any reports of members and special committees? Anybody say? Okay.
Yesterday,
and then Kathy after.
I attended the Senior Advisory Commission meeting, and one of the things that came up is that they're working on their work plan for this coming year, and they have a lot of good ideas. And they're looking for ways that, some of the main points that came up, how can we deliver senior services in a more distributed pattern around the city? And they're very interested in some of the kinds of conversations that came up today about transportation, to help seniors get to some of the senior services, and to, for shopping and doctor's appointments, if there's some other alternative. And one of the other, they did also raise some concerns about ADA type issues, and, I know we've had some, and so they were, one question came up about whether the ADA committee was still meeting, and I said that, I think that Vice Mayor Mahan and Director Teixeira and some others have been working on that, so I don't know what the schedule. So I said that was still in effect, but I guess that they do feel like there are increasing ADA issues as they impact seniors. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick note that I attended the Caltrain meeting in San Carlos last week, and they are focusing right now on the business plan that will help put forward the
electrification of the Caltrain starting in 2022, and what the best plan is going to be that's going to benefit the Bay Area from San Francisco all the way down to Gilroy. So I hope to be able to bring back to the council in, I guess the board is going to be deciding in October when what decision they're going to make and how it's going to impact Bay Area. So it's very exciting. This has been a long time coming, but it's an exciting way that people are looking at, again, reducing the TDM and also just where, the Bay Area is building, transit oriented corridors and anyway, it's just going to make transit a lot better and cleaner and faster. The other thing I just wanted to add was the Coffee with a Cop is this Friday, the 30th at Rivermark Plaza from 8 to 9:30, and I know there hasn't been a Coffee with a Cop for a while, so this is exciting that it will be in Pete's in Rivermark Plaza on Friday. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, Executive Director report.
I have a couple of announcements. There, in your packet, there's a TMAC on our tentative agenda. I just want to call out, next week on September 4th, we'll have our special meeting. And there's some good items that will be covered there, including the grand jury report for the Public Records Act and the police chief declaring the vacancy. The next day, it's not on the TCMAC, just an inadvertent item that we excluded. We are having our Part 2 governance study session, looking at where we're at with council districts, how's it going, checking in since the earlier study session that was had. I also just want to report out that between the budget positions and recruiting pacing, we have over 100 positions right now that we are recruiting for, and so we are trying to move on them, but it is peaking higher than average. I also want to report out that since last week, and I'll begin to do this regularly just so the council has an awareness of Public Records Act and the impact to workload, we are at 142. I want to share that 70% is comprised of either media request or 49er management company request. And I do have some good news. If you recall, we received $1.8 million from the county for the Magical Bridge Foundation to construct an inclusive park. And we will have a signing ceremony on September 9th at Central Park. And we'll start pushing out information to celebrate the signing ceremony. September 19th, I'm getting my dates wrong, but September 19th at Central Park Arbor Center Amphitheater will be having a signing ceremony for beginning and kicking off that effort. That's it.
Thank you.
I had one, because of September 4th is a special meeting. By contract, teachers have to be at back to school night, and that is the night for back to school night. I am contractually have to be at the school from 6 to 8:30. And it's non-negotiable.
Okay. Thank you. Now we're going to move to our adjournment. And we are going to adjourn this evening's meeting in memory of William Bill Shattle, our former Parks and Recreation Commissioner and Civil Service Commissioner. Bill was born on September 15, 1940. Bill was raised in Palo Alto and graduated from Palo Alto High School in 1958. In 1959, Bill joined the United States Army. He was a member of the 25th Signal Battalion stationed in Germany. Bill returned home in 1962 and began working at Sears Roebuck in Mountain View, where he met his wife of 33 years, Mary West. Bill and Mary married and moved to Santa Clara in 1964, where they raised 2 children, Dennis and Robin. They were happily married until Mary's passing in 1997. Bill dedicated his career to civil service. He was employed by the city of Palo Alto for 35 years, from 1964 to 1999, as a facilities maintenance supervisor. Bill instilled the value of public service into his children. Both Dennis, a fire captain, and Robin, a recreation coordinator, have dedicated their careers to the city of Santa Clara. Bill continued to serve the city of Santa Clara in retirement. He was a Parks and Recreation Commissioner for 8 years, from 1991 to 1999, and a Civil Service Commissioner for 4 years, from 2000 to 2004. Bill played an instrumental role on the Parks and Recreation Commission that planned and developed the Santa Clara Youth Soccer Park. Bill was a founding member of Friends of Santa Clara Parks and Recreation, an organization which raises money to ensure kids in Santa Clara have equal access to the benefits of participating in recreational activities. Bill was a member of the Kiwanis Club of Santa Clara, as well as a devoted member of the Santa Clara Elks Club. Bill passed away on August 19, 2019, and is survived by his partner of 15 years, Sharon, son Dennis, daughter-in-law Jennifer, daughter Robin, and 2 grandchildren, Landon and Braden. I served with Bill on the Parks and Recreation Commission. I will miss seeing him at the Arts and Wine Festival this year. He was very instrumental in bringing that also to Santa Clara, and we all know how successful that Arts and Wine Festival is. He's going to be very, very much missed. So if we could please have a motion in his memory. Motion second. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Meeting adjourned.